All right, we're late. Welcome to Comic Artist Pro Secrets. Great to see you guys here. We got a lot of people hanging out, waiting patiently. Oh, what am I? Hold on a second. Let me turn this off. Okay, I had my I had the chat going and I was listening to myself there for a second. Boomer moment. Yeah, welcome to Comic Artist Pro Secrets. I'm Ethan Van Sciver. I'm so excited tonight because I've got one of my favorite YouTubers on. I never ask people that I'm not working with all the time to come on my show, but I wanted to ask Razorfist because over the last few nights I've been up working on Cyberfrog and watching your rebuttal videos to Michael Jackson's Leaving Neverland. And then before that, like you did something about this earlier, completely debunking the whole Michael Jackson is a child molester thing. So I thought it would be fun to have you on and talk to you about it in person. And it turns out like you kind of have already known of me for a little while. I didn't know that, but anyway, everyone meet Razorfist.
Hi, gang. Godspeed, and thanks for having me on. I've been a fan of your comic art for years. I was a fan of Cyberfrog as a little kid, and like I was telling you before the stream, our paths have intersected, even though we have not met before. Um, I was telling you before we get into the serious nitty gritty of little boys being touched. You were my friend Jeff Pena. I don't know if you know him. He's a comic artist guy, but he worked at a comic store that we out here in Phoenix. Big chain. It was called Atomic Comics. It was a big one back in the day, and had some product placement in movies. The owner of it was on like a first name basis with Joe Quesada because it was so big.
Mm-hmm.
And one day Joe Quesada comes in. I guess sales of new X-Men had fallen off. And they were like, talk to your employees. What's going on with new X-Men? I would just want a ground level perspective because Quesada would do this all the time. He kept really close ties with the retailers to try and see what was selling and what wasn't. And he asked Jeff Pena, who is like the walking X-Men encyclopedia. You can check out his comic too, by the way. He's got one. But he was like, fire Igor Cordy. Fire him. Fire him immediately. He's terrible. And I love Igor Cordy. I love his like fantasy art and stuff, but he was terrible for new X-Men. It wasn't a fit at all. So you wound up getting the fill-in gig after that.
So, it was different than that. Actually,
really?
New X-Men was such a clusterfuck. Dude, you have no idea. So I got the job. I was Frank Quitely's fill-in guy.
That's right. Initially, you came in after Frank Quitely, then Cordy was after you. After that,
Corday came after me, and it was just like, hey, Frank Quitely. They came to me and said, "Can you do 2 issues a year of New X-Men?" And I said, "Yeah, I can. I'll do." I signed a contract with Marvel to do 6 issues a year for them, and I wanted to do a Phoenix miniseries, 4 issues. So they're like, "Do 2 issues to fill in for Frank Quitely. He'll do the other 10, right?" Which is funny if you, in retrospect, if you have any knowledge of comic history, and you do the other 2, and then you can do your Phoenix mini. And it ended up being, can you do 4 a year? And I went, I will if I have to. And then it became, can you do 8 a year? And I was just like, because Frank Quitely was falling way behind. So I said, no. And that's when Igor Corday came in, and Igor Corday just ate both of our lunches. Like, this guy was doing a comic book a week.
Yeah.
Like,
he was very, very fast. Unfortunately, it looked like it. It's sad because his stuff, where he takes his time and stuff, if you look at some of his stuff in Heavy Metal Magazine, he did like dot shading and stuff. Like, he was taking his time, this guy, and it was gorgeous. But man,
everybody knew that. But Igor Corday, I don't know what it was, but Igor Corday found himself at a point where, and you can make this mistake as a comic book artist, you can say, well, I'm capable of doing a book every 3 days. And if you can do a book every 3 days, then, Marvel is going to give you the work until basically the fans push you out and say, fuck this. Like, this looks like shit.
Exactly.
Which is kind of what happened to Igor Corday's career, I think. I haven't seen him around, like, mainstream comics since, because he was just gobbling up all this big, like, huge paying work and doing, sloppy. So that was the Igor Corday thing. But, man, I used to love Atomic Comics.
Yeah, it was great. It went down the tubes, right? I was actually there right at the end, right before they went out of business. I left, but it was a good place. But I think they went out of business in 13. something like that. So
Well,
right around the time of these allegations, which brings us back to
I want to ask you, first of all, how old are you?
I'm 30. Well, I'm going on 34.
All right, so you're a decade younger than me. No, I wasn't sure. You know, I mean, this is the thing. You talk about Michael Jackson with a lot of authority. You're a Michael. First of all, I would never have thought someone that looks like you would be a Michael Jackson fan. Now, you look like an old school metal fan to me, and
Right.
you might not know it, but like I've been a metalhead since I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and so you know, that's my world of music. But we both seem to have stumbled, despite being kind of headbangers. We both discovered Michael Jackson at some point and had to appreciate what he was doing.
I got into it the fruitiest way possible.
Mm-hmm.
I got into it through
I
the
hope
Wiz.
not.
The
Through
Wiz.
the Wiz.
That was my introduction. I'm like, and I love The Wiz. I will hear no defamation of The Wiz. I love that movie. And Joel Schumacher did like the art design, and in retrospect, you can tell.
Oh my
It looks
God.
like Batman Forever in places. It's like really urban, gritty. It's so weird. It's like a dystopian, post-apocalyptic Wizard of Oz. I love it. I love that movie. It looks incredible. Nipsey Russell's awesome in it. But anyway, Michael Jackson steals the movie.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
he's incredible as the Scarecrow. And that was my only introduction. I actually was not much of a fan growing up. That was how I knew Michael Jackson. I only knew him under Scarecrow makeup.
Mhm.
And then, of course, you know, growing up in the 90s, you hear, I remember one day on the playground, you hear, oh, well, they, you know, he touched kids, or what was it? I think I heard, oh, the cops photographed his dick. Like they
93.
photographed his naked body in 93. And, you know, you start hearing that on the playground as a, you know, little poop butt kid. And, you know, that from that point on, there was always this weird nebulous cloud around Michael Jackson. And I really wasn't into the music at that point. I think my friend introduced me to the Dangerous album,
Mhm.
and that was around the same time as his music was in Free Willy. And he was really at a career peak at that point, and then it was all downhill from there, unfortunately. But,
I think yeah, Bad was a peak. Well, no, yeah, you can't. When Bad came out, everybody said, "Is that Michael Jackson?" Like I'm a decade older than you, so you know, if I were a decade older than myself, I would have said, "Is that Michael Jackson?" like 4 or 5 times over my lifetime. But
Thriller and Off the Wall and Bad, those were my mom's albums. You know what I mean? Like, she was way into those.
Mhm.
Because she would have been having me around that time. So she was really liked. She used to say, I like Michael Jackson before the surgery or before his looks changed or what have you. But she kind of introduced me, I guess, to his music in a way. But I was not, I must state for the record, I was not a Michael Jackson fan. I looked into these allegations solely because I had to do a video on Michael Jackson. I do a series you're probably aware of called Metal Mythos.
Mhm.
And then I did a spin-off called Music Mythos. That's just, I go album by album through a musical artist and I talk about their career, and then I throw some history in there. So obviously you're doing a video on Michael Jackson. How are you not going to talk about the accusations? So that was what impelled me to ultimately look into the Michael Jackson allegations. And what I discovered was, the deeper you dig, actually it's the opposite of how you would think. The fanboys are not saying don't consume this media. The fanboys are saying, no, look at all the court transcripts. No, examine as much information as possible, because the more you look into it, the skeegier it looks. And that's what I discovered personally with the Michael Jackson allegations.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, the more you look into, for example, if you're talking about, for example, we're talking about Leaving Neverland today. Wade Robson was the first witness for the defense. They talk about this a little bit in the documentary, but they really skate over it. He was not just a witness for the defense in 2005. He was the first witness for the defense, which is pertinent for a number of reasons. The first witness for the defense is always going to get grilled the hardest, especially if it's a guy in a molestation trial saying, hey, I'm a little guy and I was around these guys and I know that I wasn't touched, right? So he's going to have to take all the slings and arrows. And one of the reasons Wade Robson was chosen was because he had volunteered. He had been estranged from Michael Jackson for 6 years. he basically to hear Tom Mesereau, the defense attorney, tell it, he had kind of reached out to them, and they decided that because he was so passionate about it, okay, we'll subject him to scrutiny. And of course, what you don't hear is the judge then has to approve the witnesses, which dismantles Safechuck's story later on that he says, Michael was begging me. The trial was going on. He was begging me to be a witness. It's not how criminal trials work. The judge decides who's going to be a witness months in advance. You can't just do that.
I get that. I didn't get that from him. I don't think he was saying that Mike. I don't think he was suggesting that Michael was asking him to be a witness. Now, first of all, let me just get everybody up to speed here. HBO just produced and released two-part, totaling 4-hour documentary called Leaving Neverland, and it's made up of it's basically the allegations of two men who were in their 30s now, who claimed that they were groomed and sexually abused by Michael Jackson over the course of like a decade. I mean, Michael didn't, it wasn't like a one-time thing. According to these guys, Michael Jackson kind of had relationships with boys. And it's not like he had people over. Like people like to say, look at all the children he's had over Neverland that he didn't touch. I mean, you can ask Corey Feldman, you can ask this guy if they've been. No, Michael would never do that. He was, he's an angel. It appeared that Michael actually kind of, according to this documentary, would choose a boy, would groom him, would seduce him, and then keep him around for a long period of time. So which is
problematic for the timeline, but we'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
To finish my original thought, Wade Robson was chosen because they have, before they do the proper defense testimony, and then of course the prosecution's going to cross-examine, they obviously run the gamut of, okay, here's what they could possibly be asked. Right. Mm-hmm. And so they had this private investigator called Scott Ross, who, by the way, has since done a podcast just dismantling Wade Robson's allegations. He was a PI hired by the defense, and they, of course, subjected him to withering cross-examination before he ever went into a courtroom, because they want to make sure that he's going to hold solid. So it's not like Wade Robson just had to walk into a courtroom and say, oh, I was never touched. It's not like a big deal. It was like hours and hours and hours and hours of, and he had already been through, okay, here's some of the questions you're probably going to have to deal with, what have you. They wanted to see that he was going to be, going to stand up to snuff and so forth. So it really is not the way that they present it in that documentary at all. Uh-huh. But as you were saying there, the problem, of course, when you say he would have relationships with the boys and he would lavish affection on them and gifts and so forth. The problem, of course, is that the testimony of the accusers themselves in the documentary is they put Macaulay Culkin in that place. Mm-hmm. Macaulay Culkin doesn't put himself in that place. Macaulay Culkin has repeatedly defended Michael Jackson. As soon as news of the documentary came out, he defended him again. He went on a witness stand in 2005 and defended Michael Jackson, said he was never touched. Kind of overshadowed Wade Robson's testimony because he's so famous.
But Wade did the same thing, to be fair. I mean, Wade for the longest time denied it. And
Macaulay Culkin's still denying it. Sure. Is what I'm saying. When Leaving Neverland was announced, he came out and did a bunch of tweets. Once again, I forget exactly what his tweet was, but he hasn't said much since it came out. But he's already kind of shot his wad and said what he's going to say about it. Mm-hmm. And of course, Corey Feldman and what have you. But the thing is, Wade Robson, Macaulay Culkin doesn't put himself in that position. Wade Robson puts him there. He says, I felt pushed to the side because Macaulay Culkin was the new guy. Well, and he said the same thing about Brett Barnes, I believe. Brett Barnes is also on Twitter and still defends Michael Jackson as well. Yeah. They put Brett Barnes and Macaulay Culkin in the position of, they were the next kid. Well, then explain why Culkin hasn't come forward. He has all the money in the world. There's really no consequences for him if he comes forward. He's not only defended Michael Jackson, he's defended him vociferously. One of the first people to come out and explain the whole sleeping situation and the fact that Michael Jackson has a bedroom the size of a house and stuff. The person who put that out there first was Macaulay Culkin. He was the first one to mention that on Larry King Live, or 2005-ish or so. So, clear there's a problem there when The documentary itself is creating victims that are saying explicitly they were not victimized.
Well, but again, I mean, both of these two guys who are claiming to be victims now in their 30s uh, have long, like they've spent most of their lives denying that this happened to them. And personally, I don't, you know, I can't examine this from my point of view. I was never sexually abused, and I was certainly never sexually abused by someone that I idolized. You know what I mean? Somebody who I thought was God. Are we
The
good?
problem, of course, is, and it really is one of the core hypotheses. To believe Wade Robson, you have to accept Wade Robson's hypothesis. And the problem, of course, is Wade Robson's hypothesis is that Wade Robson is a practiced, inveterate, and remorseless liar.
That I agree with. I don't like this guy. Yeah, watching this. First of all, I like the other guy a lot. You know, I was like, ooh, I can see the pain on him. I believe what he's saying. Wade Robson is showbiz. You know what I mean? And he's always been since he was a kid. And his mom is a piece of work. I watched that. So you've seen the documentary, obviously. You watched it probably with teeth clenched. You know, you've been following this case.
With teeth clenched to stop from laughing in places. Some of the allegations are really ridiculous, but we'll get there.
Okay.
But continue. Sorry, I don't mean to.
Well, yeah. I mean, so here's the thing. The first thing that I want to just kind of put across over all of this is we can't expect victims of this kind of sexual abuse. The kind of sexual abuse that wasn't like, first of all, these kids don't know it's abuse. They can't process that it's abuse. This person who they idolize, who has worked his way into, I mean, I think it's clear by the evidence that Michael Jackson actually paid a lot of attention to the families. He actually seduced the mom, the sister, the dad as well.
And I would suggest that's a reframing. Actually, it's a way of them accounting for the fact that he paid so much attention to the families instead of just the boys.
Well, it's a strategy too. I mean, I think it would be the thing to do. You know, how are you supposed to get access to? And do we agree that he had private one-on-one access with these boys without the parents for sometimes a week at a time? I mean, do you agree with that, or is that not true?
That's never been proven. We do know that he was alone with them. We don't know that it was for weeks at a time. And I would balk somewhat at that because they claim that they were alone with him during periods of intense work in his career. And people like Teddy Riley, people like Lisa Marie Presley, many of whom contest these allegations, all of whom actually contest these allegations, would have been with him almost 24/7. Michael Jackson had a bed in the studio when he was recording Dangerous. That would have been in 1990 when Wade Robson is claiming the most intense period of abuse was happening. There's a number of other issues too. Like you notice a lot of the allegations have shifted from taking place at Neverland to taking place at other places, like in uncontrollable situations and uncontrollable environments. Mm-hmm. One of the most ridiculous claims I saw in the documentary was where they were talking about the hotel and how the mother kept being moved further away from the son. And it was like, wait a minute. So you're arguing that at multiple hotels in multiple locations in multiple countries, they were all in league to get the mother farther and farther away, and they all gave her the same excuse. This was like coordinated with Michael Jackson. It seems ludicrous to think that every single hotel would go along with that. And of course, they don't interview anyone from
not the hotel. It's not the hotel that's doing it. It's Michael Jackson's staff. So Michael Jackson isn't making hotel.
Because the mother because the mother actually at one point in the documentary talks to the person from the hotel, asks the hotel why she kept being moved farther away, and they explained, "Oh, we only have so many rooms." And she said about the second or third time, she just she still didn't realize what was going on, or something to that effect.
I didn't get that. I'll have to watch that again. It seemed to me that she was asking Michael's handlers, and Michael was always surrounded with a lot of people, and these people are the people who made the hotel reservations.
This is also important because they don't talk about this. One of the reasons his lawsuit was thrown out, and I think one of the reasons he had to mention handlers so much and had to implicate them in the documentary is because his lawsuit was thrown out because it originally only implicated Michael Jackson. And the problem, of course, is Michael Jackson's dead. So how can you sue a dead man? You can't. They were suing MJJ Productions and didn't implicate MJJ Productions enough. Then, after that lawsuit was thrown out, he shacked up with Safechuck, which we'll talk about how sketchy that was in a moment, how that came to be. But Wade Robson, only after he appeals, suddenly the new allegations magically implicate a bunch of more people. And that's where this version, because Wade Robson's on the 4th or 5th version of his story at this point.
Well, he's a liar. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
That's the thing. Well, the thing you have to understand is, in order to believe Wade Robson's allegations, you have to believe he lied in 1993 without being paid when he defended Michael Jackson from, the spurious allegations, which 2 separate grand juries found unconvincing in 1994. You have to believe he did not know that what he experienced was physical abuse, despite painstakingly specific descriptions in lurid detail of precisely what quantifies physical abuse at the hands of not only the defense, but the prosecution when he was a witness under oath, with his hand on a Bible in 2005, again without being paid. And here's the final, most ridiculous part. You must also ludicrously believe that he decided to tell the truth at the precise moment that he sued the Michael Jackson estate for $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
You have to believe Wade Robson and James Safechuck lied every single time until they stood to gain $1.5 billion. And that to me is a stretch.
I don't know if it's a stretch though, Razorfist. My feeling is this, again, like I said earlier, I don't know what it's like to be somebody who was seduced and sexually abused by someone who I thought was the Lord Jesus Christ since I was 7 years old. I don't know what that does to a person. I look at Wade Robson and I see a liar. But the thing is, Wade Robson was, and says over and over again, that as a child, he actually believed he was in love with Michael Jackson. And so does the other guy. They both say, oh, I was in love with him. I married him. We had a wedding ceremony. So the question is, would these children be programmed by Michael Jackson to become liars their entire lives? And the answer is, of course, yes, because they needed to protect Michael Jackson's secret. Their secret's together. So of course they're liars.
Are you aware of how they described being programmed by Michael Jackson to become liars? It literally, Wade Robson's sworn deposition in 2016 just states it was through a phone call. The only evidence he gives that he had been manipulated, and this programming, according to him, would have held for 10 plus years, is they had a phone call one time and he said, they don't understand our love. And they're gonna try and throw us both in jail, and click. And that was the phone call. And that programming, that's the program, apparently, of how he manipulated Wade Robson. They confine themselves to generalities because the more specific you get, the more ridiculous it gets. This is one of the reasons Leaving Neverland actually presents very little actual proof. And the proof that it does has its own issues. The wedding ring, which makes no sense on a lot of levels. It was actually filmed, by the way, via pickups. That scene was not originally in the documentary. The whole thing had been filmed. And then afterward, James Safechuck comes back. Suddenly he's got a wedding ring in tow.
Is that right? Yeah,
he's got the jewelry in tow suddenly. And
you were saying in one of your, by the way, somebody in the chat is saying, is EVS a pedo apologist? No, I'm not at all. Quite the contrary. I'm concerned about the victims of the pedophile. If Michael Jackson is a pedophile, I'm trying to understand why they would change their story over time, and what their what their motivations were. So right. That's what I'm doing. I'm obviously, the question is, what was Michael Jackson up to? I've been following Michael Jackson since 1982. Like I remember, when my first hearing of Michael Jackson was when I was in 2nd grade, and some of the little girls in my class came in with a National Enquirer with him on it. And they were so upset over the front of this National Enquirer, which they were just like, look, he's saying I'm not gay, I just like girls. They were so upset that Michael Jackson was being persecuted even back then. And that was my earliest memory of hearing Michael Jackson's name.
And some of that, from what I understand, initially, one of the reasons the tabloids seize on Michael Jackson so quickly is because in his lifetime, he would, on occasion, use the tabloids for publicity. He would plant a silly fake story. This is how you wind up with hyperbaric chamber. This is how you wind up with
Elephant Man skeleton.
Elephant Man's bones, some of the
That isn't
silliness,
true?
right?
Oh.
And it started out relatively innocuous, and then it just spiraled out of control, by all accounts, because British press in particular, I mean, they have a really hardcore tabloid tradition. And I don't think Michael Jackson took that seriously enough when he started planning those stories initially.
Yeah.
But as far as like why here's my hypothesis, I guess, for the whole thing. And I really think the reason why Leaving Neverland is really, at the end of the day, you're watching a film that is a collection of anecdotes. There's very little proof, even proof that doesn't hold up. Like, I don't think The Ring holds up at all, because he mentions a moment ago, they flash all these notes on screen that are supposed to be incriminating. He's saying the same thing to these kids that he said to Corey Feldman and Macaulay Culkin, who all say they weren't molested. But he said that they wrote vows, and then he gave them the ring. Okay, you recorded innocuous conversations on the phone that aren't incriminating. You kept notes that aren't incriminating. You have personal Polaroids. Why in the world would you keep the ring but not the vows? That doesn't make any sense. But, you know, that's just kind of a question mark. That could easily be explained away by, oh, he asked me to destroy it or something. Who knows? But I think the plan here, honestly, is just they want the estate to settle, because the estate of Michael Jackson has a history. They are represented by the same two lawyers who pressured Michael Jackson to settle in 1994. They have a history of settling cases. And I figure, failing that, they figure if they get enough visibility in the documentary and other people start to smell the money train, others might come forward, which allows Wade Robson to appeal the case that I mentioned earlier, which was thrown out. If others come forward, that counts as new evidence in California law, and he can try for another payday. And quote me on it. If someone else comes forward, he absolutely will appeal. Like, you clip that fucking remark. It's prophecy. Personally, in fact, the more I think about it, the more firmly I believe that kind of might be the true purpose of his new foundation. Because if new victims come forward, who are they going to go to? Wade Robson. Otherwise, they might have sought their own representation, but now he's got lawyers that specialize in it. So if new victims come forward, okay, well, now Wade Robson gets an automatic payday if they reach a settlement.
That might all be true, but it doesn't mean they weren't abused. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, what?
I said that might all be true, and this might all be about money, but it doesn't mean that these two guys weren't abused as boys.
Well, there's a number of... okay. I mean, if you want to get into the specifics, I mean, there's a number of timetable discrepancies. One of the ones that drives me up the wall, I mean, for example, James Safechuck. Actually, hell, I'm kind of leading toward this. Why do I think that's the strategy? Mainly, I think it's the strategy because he's already done it once before, if you think about it. In the documentary, they allege that Wade Robson's lawsuit was only thrown out because the statute of limitations had expired on the crime, right? That's actually not true. Number one, contrary to his assertion that he wanted to, what did he say? What was the exact quote? I need to speak my truth as loudly now as I was forced to lie all those years. I believe that was his quote in the documentary.
Yeah.
Wade Robson initially filed his lawsuit under seal so he could get paid by the estate on the down low. The judge in that case stated, and this, I believe, is a direct quote, no legitimate investigator would give the slightest weight to Wade Robson's allegations. That's a quote from the first judge. And number two, the second judge for the public suit that he filed after he failed to get the estate to capitulate, he threw his case out because it had been too long, not since the criminal conduct. He threw it out because it had been too long since he'd been saying things about it in the media. California allows you 6 full months to file a claim after realizing you've been subjected to abuse. He waited nearly a year, all the while, you know, waxing horrified with Matt Lauer on the Today Show and such. But whoa, wait, here comes James Safechuck, and he's joining the lawsuit. Wouldn't you know it? And wouldn't you know it? He only realized he was abused in 2013, which falls comfortably within the 6-month window, and allows Wade Robson to appeal his case. A direct contradiction, by the way, of what he says in the film that he told his mother in 2005. Never mind that she also says in the film she, quote, danced when Michael Jackson died, when she heard he died, because he won't be able to hurt another child again, even though in a sworn deposition, Safechuck states that he only learned he'd been abused in 2013, which makes them both, by the way, time travelers. And which, by the way, there might be something to that time traveler hypothesis, because James Safechuck also claims in the film that he was molested by Michael Jackson after that performance at the 1989 Grammy Awards in New York City, despite the fact that they took place in Los Angeles that year and Michael Jackson never performed at the 1989 Grammy Awards. So there's all kinds of timeline discrepancies that are an issue. And Dan Reed, the filmmaker, has replied to many of these by saying, well, they might have forgotten specific details, but nobody ever forgets the specific salacious acts that were performed upon them. And the trick to that, of course, is they can be as salacious as they like because there is no law protecting the dead from defamation. They can't, they can say whatever they can say, rub the head of my penis. A lot of this stuff was actually copied, by the way, from a book that was sued for slander and lost in 1995 by a guy named Victor Gutierrez. He lost the lawsuit and then fled to Chile, so he didn't have to pay the $1.2 million or whatever the settlement was. But I mean, that the whole thing about the wedding ring, that comes from that book. It was originally given to not Safechuck, but given to Robson. And they flipped that around in the documentary. It was originally in the book. There was an encounter they talked about in their deposition that they don't talk about in the documentary. They contradict in the documentary, where he claimed there was a three-way with Brett Barnes. On the Oprah special, they say, she directly asks them, was anybody ever around? And they say, oh, no, it's just us behind closed doors with Michael. That's a contradiction of their deposition in 2016. They claim Brett Barnes was involved, and that's directly from Victor Gutierrez's book. And as I said, Brett Barnes contests that they were ever molested at all. He says that never took place, and he was never sexually abused by Michael Jackson. So lots of problems as far as the factuality of it. They cite things that Adrian McNamara, the maid, a lot of people make a lot of the maid who's come out in the press recently. The maid was involved in the longest civil trial in the history of Santa Barbara County against Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson countersued and won for them selling stories to the tabloids and stealing property of his. Adrian McNamara was resoundingly beshitted in that lawsuit. And so there's a lot of sketchy stuff as far as that goes. But yeah.
Well, that's a lot. It seems like a lot of smoke to me, but I still wonder, just at the basic fundamental of this, what do you make of Michael Jackson and his predilection for kind of palling around? I mean, we've seen lots of evidence of him befriending young boys.
I can't know because I wasn't there. All we can do is, if you're going to take the word of Wade Robson, I would suggest you have to do the only honest thing and take the word of other people who were there and were young boys and say they weren't touched as well.
Well, I mean, they can say that they weren't touched, but can they say that?
No. I don't mean in that sense. I mean as an explanation for why he would hang out with boys. Macaulay Culkin has talked a bunch about, he thinks one of the reasons was he had heard about a lot of the abuse stories with his family. And Macaulay Culkin has said, Michael Jackson tried to give me a childhood. Contrary to what Wade Robson says, it was like the opposite. Macaulay Culkin was like the most famous kid in the world when he started hanging out with Michael Jackson. So it was like Michael was, the way he describes their encounters together, it was playing video games. It was, going down water slides, and, it was just normal kid stuff. That's what he did with Macaulay Culkin. It was like Michael felt, because he didn't have a childhood, let me give one to this kid who otherwise is not going to have one. At least that was Culkin's interpretation of it.
Culkin was a child, and Macaulay Culkin was a little boy. Michael Jackson, he had no way of understanding that, what was actually going on. I mean, Michael Jackson, he had this line about, I never had a childhood, while he was continually making himself look younger. And did you ever see that somebody did a depiction of what Michael Jackson would have ended up looking like had he had no facial reconstructive surgery? No. Have you ever seen that?
I think I have, yeah.
He looks just like Joe Jackson. He looks just like his father. Now, can you imagine This
Right.
character, Joe Jackson in bed with a bunch of 7-year-old boys.
Well, he still would have been
partying with
pale.
them.
'Cause he still would have been pale because he still had his skin condition. But
I don't believe that. I don't
it was
believe
it was
vitiligo was a lie
confirmed.
too.
No, vitiligo was confirmed via the autopsy.
I don't
After he
bel
died.
I have so much about Michael Jackson is
He did smooth his skin, but that is the prescribed treatment. You use a topical ointment to smooth the white blotches because he started out. If you look, this is one of the reasons he starts out kind of mocha colored,
Mhm.
and then he turns white. Around the bad era, the blotches were getting so big. His makeup artist, who's since talked about this, she was blending the brown spots over the white,
I
and
never
then
knew that.
gradually over time they get bigger and bigger. And finally, the prescribed treatment, and this is, you ask any dermatologist, they'll usually recommend, if you want to blend it and you want it to be smooth, there's a topical ointment. It'll blend the white over the brown instead. And he still had spots on his body when he died. It's just the visible areas of his skin were blended with this. It's
Why was his face perfectly Caucasian? I mean, he went from black with no spots on his face to Caucasian overnight.
Well, yeah, and that would have
It wasn't
been
just-
as a result of blending and/or makeup. I mean, that's the thing. His makeup artist has talked about this, but that was absolutely vitiligo. And look up vitiligo on Google. There's a number of people, and they look albino. If you looked closely at Michael Jackson, Lisa Marie Presley talked about this. He was
None of his brothers have this condition.
Several of his relatives do. He got it from his grandmother, I believe. They've talked about this. His grandmother had it or something. But anyways, he blended. He initially, it started out as makeup and turned to, not bleaching but blending cream or whatever the hell is basically what it was. But I'm sorry, on my original train of thought, Lisa Marie Presley talked about this. He wasn't really white if you looked at him close up. He was almost like translucent. You could see, because vitiligo doesn't turn you white. It takes your pigment away.
Yeah.
Right? So he was almost translucent. If you held his hand, you could see the veins in his hand almost. It was a little creepy.
Yeah.
She talked about that, and ironically, in an Oprah interview.
Yeah.
So,
I love Lisa Marie Presley talking about how they had sex. I don't believe anything about Michael Jackson. I lived through this. Michael Jackson was absolutely an extraordinarily ballsy liar of a human being. Nothing about him ever rang true. Ever.
There was definitely a lot of affectation to him. I agree with that. He had a very orchestrated public image, no question. But and Lisa Marie Presley's not the only person to say this.
You don't think he had sex with Lisa Marie Presley?
I 100% believe he had sex with Lisa Marie Presley.
I don't believe that.
In fact, the entire reason they broke up was because she didn't want to have kids.
I think she's gay.
She's.
I think.
Someone should tell Nicholas. Someone should tell Nicolas Cage and.
I think she probably told him.
What's his name? Michael. Fuck the most recent one. I forget the guy she's separated from, but yeah, she's had a bunch of kids. I mean, that's a long way to go to throw people off the scent in an age where being gay gives you a medal.
Yeah. But I just not for a second. I mean, there was zero chemistry there. Michael Jackson. I don't think, and not only that, there's all this stuff about him being. The other story is that he's been chemically castrated.
Oh, that's bullshit.
You don't believe that? That's another one of the stories.
No, he talked high pitch. I mean, they say that because of how high pitched his voice was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that wasn't his real voice. And anyone who spent any amount of time, Teddy Riley gave an interview. Teddy Riley was the producer of Dangerous and the producer of Blood on the Dance Floor and Invincible. And he talked about one time calling over to Michael's house, and this guy's like, "What up?" And he's like, "What? Who's this?" He's like,
Michael.
"This is Michael." It was not his real voice. That was affectation. It's a vocal technique, I guess.
There was a lot
so that he could hit higher notes. Yeah, and he would do that in daily life, and he actually had a song on Invincible that he sang in his normal register called 2000 watts. You can listen to it. He just sounded, like he had a normal
I got to hear that.
voice, but in order, I guess it's a part of a vocal technique that if you speak higher in daily life, you'll be able to hit higher notes. And his voice was pretty well preserved at the end. So, I mean, clearly it worked on some level. But that was the thing you have to understand. That was the thing where I was going with this. When he talked to Lisa Marie Presley, she talks about this in the Oprah interview. He literally took her aside and was like, look, I know you think X, Y, and Z is true, but X, Y, and Z is not true. This is what I'm about. This is what I am. This is what I'm into. And here's the thing about Lisa Marie Presley. For Wade Robson's story to be true, you have to ignore what Lisa Marie Presley said, and strangely enough, what the tabloids said at the time, which is that after Michael Jackson and Lisa Marie Presley divorced, on the down low, they were still together until about 99, 2000, quietly meeting up for rendezvous and shit. Lisa Marie confirmed that with Oprah. Apparently the whole Invincible album is pretty much about their breakup, and all that shit that went into it. So for that to be the case, it kind of their timeline breaks down as a result of that. And
I
of
don't
course,
believe
Oprah,
that at all. I don't believe. I razor fist.
Yeah.
Does not your skepticism, and you are a man of skepticism, does it not rebel in the slightest at the fact that Michael Jackson, just directly after he goes through a trial, he's acquitted of sexually abusing little boys, he suddenly, as the king of pop, out of the blue, marries the Princess of Rock.
Actually, that was before. It was the allegations came out in 93. He was dating Lisa in 92. They married somewhere thereabouts. And so they're all actually around the same time. And as I said, Lisa Marie Presley's been one of the only people with a consistent story on this, that there was never anything untoward.
Well, she said that.
And keep in mind, she said that during times when they were lobbying. A lot of people forget Lisa Marie Presley and Michael Jackson had a bit of a war of words in the press for a while there, and went back and forth a little bit. Michael Jackson would make some veiled allusion in a song, and then she'd talk shit on Howard Stern, and they'd go back and forth. The one line she never crossed was, we fucked, number one. We broke up because I wouldn't have his kids, number two, and number three, he never fucked kids while I was around. I mean, that's all she said. She does specify, I never saw it. I never saw that.
She said something. She said, if I saw him fucking a kid, I'd hang him from a tree. And I was
like, man, you got to be glad she didn't say that now.
That would have been a career ending right there. I was like, whoa, nice. Lady. Yeah, I don't know. Again, my feeling about Michael Jackson is that he's a manipulative guy, and he pretends to be.
Well, in certain ways, I agree with you. I think you're correct in that.
He pretends to be Peter Pan. He's changed his image. He manipulates his voice. He announces himself as somebody who is a savior to children everywhere, who cares about children, and in order to give himself a wide selection of kids to choose from, and he did choose from some kids. These stories make sense to me, and as I'm watching now, Wade is just Wade's become a sociopath at some point. But that doesn't mean he wasn't abused. That just means that he's not my type of dude. But the other guy, I completely 100% believe his story.
And that's the problem, because his story is the one that, from a timeline standpoint, is impossible. He also claimed that Michael Jackson pushed him aside after 1990. Was it 3? In the documentary, he said sometime between 1990 and 1993 he was pushed out, basically. That's a lie. He actually can be seen, if you watch the commercial for the History album, he can be seen holding an umbrella. He's like a preteen or a teenager at that point, and he's still hanging around. Lisa Marie Presley's right there.
Well, Michael Jackson reels them back in, doesn't he? When he needs them to be quiet. It seems
he claims that he was pushed to the side during that era and only brought back later. Yeah. So that again doesn't make any sense. There's too many inconsistencies, and more importantly, if you have a lot of proof, then present it, because Leaving Neverland is a collection of anecdotes.
Yeah.
That's what it is. At the end of the day, it's a collection of anecdotes. And I guess I understand in the sense that it's edited in a certain way, that it's emotionally impactful. There's a lot of dramatic pauses. We had a running dramatic pause counter while we were watching it.
Did you live stream it?
We live streamed it while it was going on, both parts. And last night we did the Oprah special, which was surreal. And just for maximum objectivity, Oprah made sure to have the audience comprised of sex abuse victims.
Yeah, I was surprised that she seems to be fully 100% on board with Michael Jackson as guilty. Like, Oprah's not a dummy. I mean, I'm not a fan.
Well, she's vacillated over the years. She started out.
Everybody has.
In 1993, she scored probably the interview that made her, which is the big interview with Michael Jackson in 93 at Neverland. And then she went on to be like an icon after that. And she was already big, but like she went from strength to strength from that point on. Then in 2005, she made the About Face. So the documentary from Martin Bashir came out in 2003, Living with Michael Jackson, or Inside Neverland, whatever it's called. And suddenly she made an About Face. She had Lisa Marie on, and they laughed and cackled. And Lisa Marie said, "Oh, I dodged a bullet there." But again, she said, "Yeah, we had sex, and he didn't fuck any kids while I was around." So even though they were actively making fun of Michael Jackson at that time, she still was consistent in her story. And now, then after he was acquitted, suddenly she got more and more positive, and she'd have more specials about Michael Jackson. After his death, she had a big special, and I think even at the end, she talked about his innocence. I mean, because the thing about Michael Jackson is there's this perception that like he barely skated by in 2005.
Yeah.
Or like bought his way out of prison. And nothing could be further from the truth. Not only by the time the trial in 2005 came around, Michael Jackson, 2 grand juries had been convened in 1994 that found there was not even enough evidence to indict, let alone convict. They changed California law to make it easier to convict Michael Jackson. Tom Sneddon, the DA.
Yeah.
Tom Sneddon, even people who believe Michael Jackson was a pedophile can see Tom Sneddon was fairly obsessed with nailing Michael Jackson. He actually went out of his way to change the evidence code. He added the 1108 stipulation, which is called prior bad acts evidence, which means in essence, Michael Jackson was tried for the 1993 and the 2005 cases simultaneously. So basically, the deck was stacked against Michael Jackson, to put it mildly. He was basically defending against 2 separate trials at once. The thing was scheduled for 5 months. He was acquitted in 5 of 14 separate counts, including 4 misdemeanors. If anything, the prosecution had said, or indeed anything in this documentary that had been said was accurate in any way, one of the charges was misdemeanor child endangerment. He would at least be guilty of one of those. They couldn't get him on anything, including misdemeanors, and they ended a month early in the most conservative county in California.
Well, Razorfist, he's a billionaire with access to super lawyers like you wouldn't believe.
But that's a problem too, because at the time he was in serious financial distress. He actually did not have a whole lot of money. And one of the reasons they approached Tom Mesereau is because Tom Mesereau does a lot of pro bono work. If you look into Tom Mesereau, he's a guy who spends the vast majority of his time going to poor Southern communities and defending African Americans pro bono in court. So he had already been acquainted, I guess, with Tito Jackson or something. And so they reached out to Tom Mesereau and grabbed him. They had a very expensive lawyer, Mark Garagos, who the less said about him, the better. He was involved in the Scott Peterson trial, everything else. But Tom Mesereau was brought in. He was actually relatively a bargain at that point. I think he was working on another case at that time and had to be brought in. So he did not escape by the hair of his chinny chin chin. the media was against him. California law had been stacked against him. The DA was possessed by the idea of nailing Michael Jackson, and he was acquitted on 14 counts a month early.
Remember, yeah.
That's a fairly resounding exoneration. And the fact that they represent these charges, the same charges that were laid out in 2005 in court, that they represent these in this documentary, and some mood music and some mood lighting and a few aerial drone shots are supposed to persuade me it's more valid now than it was in 2005 is silly as fuck.
Aerial drone shots. There were a lot of those.
Oh my God. It's like, guys, we have established where Neverland resides. Okay? We know where it is. It's all right. I'm pretty sure I could actually reach it by carrier pigeon.
Is there anything that could convince you otherwise? Are you pretty much sold on this? You saw this documentary and you just went, don't buy it.
I don't find it persuasive. I think I'm open to the only shred of evidence that I saw, because the phone messages were nothing. The notes were nothing.
A lot of faxes, some crazy.
There was never any photographs or anything that were incriminating. The one where he was hugging Jimmy Safechuck, like that was supposed to be incriminating. He took that for the Pepsi commercial. Pepsi asked him to take that fucking photograph.
Right.
Like, clearly, this is not like some wedding shot or something. The wedding ring, though, I could find persuasive if he had produced the vows or something. Finding out that it was from the pickup shots, I still have to disbelieve it, but that is a question mark, and I'll admit it's a question mark. I would be silly not to change my position in the face of countervailing data, but thus far, this documentary is a collection of evidence we've already assessed and reassessed, and the courts of law have already reassessed and have been found wanting.
I'm my thing, I think my only problem with the things that you're saying in general is when you talk about these guys like, well, they're liars and they're just after money. Because my thing is, again, I don't know what it means to be a sex abuse victim on this scale. I don't know what that means. If that happened to me, would I go after money? Maybe, because you ruined my life. And maybe I feel like I'm entitled to money. The idea that these people are pursuing and trying to take money from the Michael Jackson estate doesn't strike me as anything that dubious. And on Oprah's interview, she acted like that was a big explain yourself. It's like, explain myself. I'm a human being. This man ruined my life. He's worth $1 billion, even dead. I'm still alive, and I'm still struggling with this and trying to make sense of this way into adulthood as a father, when I now have a 7-year-old child and I can see what I look like at the age of 7. And do you remember being 7 years old? You feel like you're in yourself and that you're in control, but you're just a little kid. I mean, you're just a little tiny kid. Right. So seeing that really kind of makes you sober up and go, what did this man do to me?
Well, Robson was the one who alleged it was at 7. Safechuck was
it 12?
Claimed it was much later. Yeah, claimed it was much later. Some very weird biological descriptions too, that were very strange. Like
the blood in the underwear was weird. I was like, what the hell? Like that story seemed fake to me, because I was like, how would Michael Jackson know about that and go get your underpants?
Well, not only that, but he asks him, hey, there might be blood in your underwear.
Why would he say that?
And go find it. And then he goes and finds his underwear, and sure enough, there's blood in his underwear. Which, by the way, another weird thing about that is they try and tie themselves into the Jordan Chandler accusations in 1993, which there's a whole sketchy thing there. I already got into that in Michael Jackson rebuttal number 1. The Jordan Chandler accusations in 93 are fucked. And I think that's the reason he hasn't emerged from the woodwork. But Jordan Chandler, they try and tie that in. Wade Robson claims, I was with him, then either Macaulay, his timeline's very confused. Is it Macaulay Culkin, then Jordan Chandler? Or is it the other way around? Either way, at some point, Jordan Chandler, the little kid from 93, comes into the picture. The problem, of course, is if you know anything about pedophilia, and they make this argument themselves in Leaving Neverland, is that the behavior was escalating By the time they were teenagers, it was like dirty, vicious, hardcore sex. You know what I mean? Like it was no longer about love, and it was just anal. Like he was just fucking me in the ass. It was just over the top, right? And the silliness of that is Wade Robson says by the end of our courtship or whatever, when Jordan Chandler came around, we were, he was sticking his thumb in my ass and there was all kinds of anal stuff going on. And I had to find bloody underwear and all this stuff. Well, the weird thing is Jordan Chandler's accusations, as salacious as they were, never claimed that. So it's really strange that he would graduate to anal sex and then hit Jordan Chandler, and there's none of that. And in fact, here's one of the reasons he has to say that. In this case, a medical examiner examined Jordan Chandler and found there was no anal trauma. There was nothing.
I heard
nothing
that.
Nothing like that happened. And so it's kind of weird. Like he graduates to this crazy hardcore sexual place, and then he hits Jordan Chandler and he just levels out to like vanilla let's jerk off on the bed stuff, and then he gets to safe chuck again. Yeah, he gets to safe chuck again, and suddenly it's Brazzers time.
All right.
Right. I know, right? You got a cross on your hat. I got a cross around my neck, and we're talking about this. I feel bad.
Yeah, it's awful. But it's like
how many Hail Marys are we gonna have to cleanse our soul with after this one?
It's like I don't know. Here's the thing about this though. The strange thing about this is even in my chat right now, the reaction to this is very, very strong. I mean, 50% of these people are like on my side and 50% are on your side, and it's just like it's intense. Or some people are getting upset and leaving. I've heard this before. So we've got 2,200 people in here. This isn't a bad crowd.
Sweet.
It means something to people. People are invested in this. And I have to say, I mean, I like Michael Jackson. I don't love Michael Jackson. I feel invested in it too. I feel like I want to know the truth because we all lived through this weird thing with him together.
It was weird because
his death. It was weird, and so much of it was unexplained, and there was always a different face on, and there were all these weird accusations and things that he was up to, and weird behavior. And I think, finding out something like this, the reason why this is comfortable to so many people, Razorfist, is that it puts an end to all that. It's an explanation, and people are looking for an explanation for that, for the 30 years of weirdness that he kind of put us through. He put the world through. We loved his music, we loved him, but what the fuck was he doing? This makes sense. People are saying there's no evidence. I think in a case like this, their stories are evidence. I mean,
no. In a post Me Too world, a simple anecdote can no longer be evidence. I understand, like, if you can keep it consistent and you have some kind of corroboration, it's one thing. But with these guys, it's like, nope, door was shut. Only us. Nobody else could possibly gainsay me. And to me, that seems very, very carefully orchestrated on their part. As far as, because if he was really having these crazy slumber parties and some of the stuff described in the Victor Gutierrez book that we know James Safechuck is reciting some of his accusations from, then there had to have been group play and all kinds of shit like that. And yet they are now adamant, no, it was just us.
Well, it's possible that, this fellow was inspired to exaggerate in his accounts. It's also possible that Michael Jackson had a consistent method of seducing and, grooming children.
Well, here's the problem. You really have to look into Victor Gutierrez to understand how bad, like, Victor Gutierrez not only wrote the book, he claimed that he had, in the course of writing the book, and he actually described what was on it, that he had a videotape of Michael Jackson raping a child.
That was in the documentary, I think.
He goes to court. Michael Jackson, of course, sues him for defamation.
Yeah.
And Michael Jackson just they're like, all right, tape time. Where's the tape? Tape's nowhere. He does not present the tape in court. It apparently does not exist. And he immediately flees to South America to avoid having to pay the resultant fee. And that's where Safechuck has mimeographed a large portion of his allegations from, including the wedding ring portion, which many people, including to a certain degree myself, were somewhat persuaded by. That cannot be dispensed from the situation. Of course, look, the monetary motive is kind of baked into this, is the problem. And honestly, Wade Robson being there and James Safechuck being there at the time kind of actually makes it more likely that it would be monetary, because they were watching Michael Jackson deal with the allegations in 1993, where the family actually approached Michael Jackson before they made any lawsuit and said, hey, pay us. And Michael Jackson's attorneys, reputedly without his knowledge, this is the first one, there's no record of this, this is under the table, reputedly without his knowledge, offered a sum that they found insulting. And so then they leveled a civil suit, which ultimately led to the settling of the suit in 1994, which was a really fucked up piece of business, because in California law at that time, I believe this has been changed, but in California, if you have an ongoing criminal investigation into molestation, which Michael Jackson did at that time, DA Tom Sneddon was investigating him. That's why 2 grand juries were convened. They had a criminal investigation going on. If you have that going on, you can actually have a civil suit ahead of it. Someone can sue you in civil court before the trial even happens, which you can only imagine how much that would bias a jury. Just hearing that trial had gone down, even if you're exonerated of it, could affect the result of your criminal trial. Well, California allows that. They allow a civil trial to go ahead of a criminal one. So this is what nobody talks about. Even though the civil trial was settled because they were afraid it would bias the criminal trial, that does not stop the criminal trial from going forward. And when that very same evidence, including sworn statements from Jordan Chandler and the photographs of the dick and the spots on the penis and all that fun stuff, which, by the way, wound up being withheld from court because the description didn't match. The prosecution didn't even enter it into evidence. When all that was presented before the grand juries, twice they decided there wasn't enough evidence to indict. So it's all that has to be taken into account. And Wade Robson and James Safechuck are witnessing all this. And they're witnessing the family getting paid $20 million basically for doing nothing, which is pretty nuts. And then it gets even sketchier when you consider the same lawyer from 1993, Larry Feldman, who consulted the family in 93. Wouldn't you know it, he turns up in 2005 to represent the family of Gavin Arvizo. That's pretty nuts. Same lawyer out of nowhere. And a very sketchy figure, too, if you look into Larry Feldman. Almost disbarred a bunch of times, a bunch of really, really skeezy stuff in his past.
Yeah, but see, it's again, I say all this is probably true, and I'm willing to say both of these guys are sketchy, but again, it doesn't mean that their accusations aren't true. And just because they're motivated by money and they go, whoa, well, we were molested by Michael Jackson, we could get $20 million too.
Is it or is it not a matter of objective historical fact that the 1989 Grammy Awards did not take place in New York? Did not take place in Los Angeles, I mean.
I'm not sure.
That's what I'm saying. There are objective timetable facts that don't match up.
Yeah.
There are objective things that we can check. We know that James Safechuck says he didn't realize he was molested until 2013. So how can his mother be celebrating the death of Michael Jackson in 2009 by saying, thank God no other child will have to suffer?
Yeah, that was weird. She's the only one that said something like that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
So what the hell? He died in 2009. How can she be celebrating that, 4 years before her son comes forward and says he was abused?
Okay. The chat's going nuts now. They want me to read super chats. I don't want to keep you all night, Razorfist.
It's fine. Go right ahead,
man.
I know I'm having a blast with you. And if people are getting contentious, in the chats, Watch how we're interacting with each other. I have all the respect in the world for Ethan, and
Likewise, you can tell
and,
that.
and I'm a huge fan of his channel and of his work. And Cyberfrog is the shit. And
yeah, you feel my respect for you, don't you? Or I hope
I appreciate it. By the way, that Batman the Shadow cover you did was really good too. By the way.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
I'm a huge Shadow guy.
All right, if you guys have questions for Razor Fist, I'm going to read the super chats first because people are saying that we have questions for him in the super chats. So I'll read these, and then I'm going to turn to the main chat. And if you guys want to ask questions, I'll read them out.
Sure.
Let's go to these. Jake Downey says, how many dictators' wardrobes were affected by Michael Jackson?
I always said Michael Jackson and Yngwie Malmsteen shopped at the same jacket store.
He wore that stuff around, apparently. Like,
you could never tell. Like, is Michael Jackson, is he going to break dance or is he going to direct a marching band? Like, which is
take over a third world country? It was. Just...
I love those fucking jackets, though. I love
them. Yeah. What did I hear right in the documentary? By the way, that like, what's his face? One of them was offered a choice of one of the jackets, and he took the Thriller jacket.
That was another thing that I laughed at hard.
That couldn't be true.
Well, I was like, wait a minute. You're telling me they had like a short, because you remember Thriller, right? The video for it, it was like 25 minutes long, or it was like a short film, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a whole lead up to it and a whole postscript, right? Does anybody believe John Landis is going to film anything without multiple Thriller jackets on hand for just in case one gets ripped? That's how movies are made.
Yeah.
So what the fuck? He's going to offer you the Thriller jacket? That's bullshit. That I didn't have to double check that to know that was bullshit.
Yeah, me and my wife both looked at each other like, what? And I said, no, I think he meant just to borrow it. And then we watched it again. We rewound it. No, he kept it. What the hell was that about? Peephole Circus says, yo, EVS, yo, Razor. How about Exciter Metal Mythos? Exciter.
I love Exciter, and I'd be happy to. I don't know if you, I know you listen to some metal, but I love Exciter. They're Canadian speed metal band.
Cool.
Big deal back in the day. Great band.
Mariner 1712 says, villain idea. Boomer Frog and his brother Soy Lamandroid. Seriously, can't wait for my copies of Cyberfrog to arrive later this year, Ethan. Yo, Razor too. Grand Inquisitor says, Razor, you ever going to bring back your DS9 series? It was great, and I love your work. I pray to the metal gods for more of your content. Thanks.
Yeah, we just wrapped up the first season of it. The first 3 or 4 episodes have already been recorded. I just need to edit them, and we're going to continue with season 2. So I'm a big DS9 fan. So
Quentin Daniel says, 2 of my favorite YouTubers talking metal and comics. The hell yes, eagerly listening from Australia. Well, hello. What's your favorite band?
My favorite band?
Yeah, metal band.
Bathory. Bathory is my favorite metal band. But probably, after that would probably be Accept, Alice Cooper, someone like that. I'm more into the traditional 80s heavy metal, but I also am a big black metal fan. So Bathory is the big
one. Yeah, for me, it's Iron Maiden. Like, I'm obsessed with Iron Maiden. I'm going to get to...
I did a whole mythos on them.
Did you?
I did. Speaking of which, I got a call. Are you familiar with Iced Earth?
Yeah.
I was just reached out to by Matt Barlow from Iced Earth, the singer from Iced Earth. Yeah, he reached out. He's got a new band or something. Ashes of Ares, is it, or something like that? They're going to be playing here in Phoenix, and he reached out to hang out or whatever, maybe an interview. I don't know.
Is Iced Earth over with now that the drummer's with Howard Stern for so many years?
I mean, Richard Christie. No, they've got Mark Prater, I believe, who's also been their drummer for a lot of years. They've been cranking out music. It's pretty good. Their newer albums are pretty good.
All right. Let's see. Joseph Diaz says, yo, Razor, thanks for recommending the Elric graphic novels. They're freaking sweet.
Hell yeah. And that's something you should draw, by the way, at some point. There's been a lot of Elric comics. I would love to see your version of Elric and Melniboné.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Have you done a lot of fantasy?
No, I really haven't had a chance. Not since I was a kid. I was a big Dungeons and Dragons fan, and I would do that stuff. It'd be fun.
I mean, your style would lend itself to that, like fantasy, the cross-hatching, the heavy use of value and stuff. Like, I imagine a lot of texture. I would imagine that would lend itself to a fantasy comic.
I would do a very dark and depressing, dreary fantasy world of just rot and death, and
Nice.
that's where I'm coming from. I wouldn't
That's
do anything.
Elric. That's
Yeah.
Elric.
Yeah. We'll get to that. This is the great thing. I mean, now that I'm indie, I can do whatever I want, and I wouldn't do Elric. I would do something that I could own, and that's
Right.
that's the key to everything.
Hell yeah. No, I'd be down for that in a heartbeat. And some of these Robert E. Howard books are going to be public domain pretty soon here.
Oh yeah.
Who knows? Some Solomon Kane.
Yeah. Downshift says, I remember hearing from the doctor that did his autopsy that MJ was castrated. It seems that had been hushed up. It explains everything. Did I imagine it?
Yeah, I definitely imagined it. That was not in the that was not in the autopsy. His autopsy did confirm the vitiligo, though. It also confirmed he was like we weren't aware, was wearing a wig because of the burns on the back of his head or whatever. He'd been wearing like a semi-permanent wig for a long time. I can only imagine the amount of pain that must have been. Like they had to inflate a balloon in the top of his skull for that surgery, and I mean he had to have been in horrible, horrible pain after that.
Grievous Era says, I would let Michael Jackson moonwalk across my oil back. Okay.
Thank you, George Costanza.
Death of Star Wars says, tell Mike Zero to get high-speed internet. Jarring. They're calling you Mike Zero. I don't know if you know who he is.
I have no idea.
All right,
it's actually not my internet. It's the crappy camera that I have.
White Wolf says, Godspeed, EVS, and Razor Fist. Nolan Nerd says, Uncle Ethan, some wackadoos love the sensation feeling of a young man's posterior cavity. Michael Jackson named his son Blanket. Sounds like a cover-up.
Blanket. I like that. Points just for the pun, but his son's name actually isn't Blanket. That's his nickname.
Yeah.
It's like Prince Michael III or something like that. Not much less weird, but
Michael was a really, I mean, I would say delusions of grandeur, but like he actually was the
there's no delusion there. It was he was as grandiose. He was such a weird dichotomy of incredibly, shockingly, ridiculously humble and oh my God, he literally thinks he's Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Like it's like those two things smashed together. And I love that, because he could be so Freddie Mercury over the top 1 minute, and then he could be, meek as a babe the next.
Yeah. He's a little like me in that way. White Wolf says, should give Cyberfrog a motorcycle called Razor Fist.
Nice!
Cyberfrog on a motorcycle would be badass. Well-read user 1 says, this stream needs 50 cc's of Cecil stat. Yeah, I'd get Cecil in here, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm sorry, guys. I really wanted to. I didn't want to goof off with Razor Fist. I wanted to actually talk to him. I mean, I know it's not like normally we let Cecil in here and we act like monkeys, but I just wanted a conversation. The Great White Dope says Tom Snedden is a cold man. Michael didn't do nothing.
That's another thing, but Tom Snedden, and this is one of the many reasons the Robson stuff doesn't make any sense. This won't take very long, I promise.
Go ahead.
Tom Snedden was the DA, of course, we talked about. He was very obsessed with getting Michael Jackson. Tom Snedden only died 2014, 2015. In other words, Wade Robson had come out with his accusations while Tom Snedden was alive and still building cases, might I add. Tom Snedden was criticized by the prosecution in 2005 because he kind of pursued too many leads. Like any whiff of any boy being around Michael Jackson and Tom Snedden was on it, right? He arguably investigated too much, like even incredulous accusations. So if there was anything to Wade Robson's testimony, it is incredibly telling that Tom Snedden, in the time he was alive before his death for several years, that he never approached Wade Robson. He never found Robson credible, even after he came out in the press and said that he was molested. I found that very, very interesting. I also find it interesting they think that Michael would molest a dude and then ask him to be the guy who takes all of the most scrutinous cross-examination in that trial. Like, what the fuck? How suicidal would he have to have been?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't find Wade Robson credible either. But I've met so many Hollywood douchebags like him. So many that where their sincerity and their ability to just be a human being has been eroded away to such a degree. I mean, they're just nothing but phony, nothing but fake, nothing relatable is left within them. But it still doesn't mean that he wasn't molested by Michael Jackson. I mean, that's the thing. In
Yeah.
fact, it kind of points to maybe he was, to me, some serious trauma making you that kind of just
I
I
mean,
don't I don't like him.
being a sociopath. I mean, the extent to which they describe the fractious relationship in their family, even before Michael Jackson came into
Mhm.
the picture, kind of tells me he probably could be improperly socialized before he even knew the name Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Uh, Personally, but I'm not even talking about Robson. I'm talking about why would Michael Jackson let that happen? You know what I mean? Like, there's a million dudes. Hell, Macaulay Culkin came forward. He's a celebrity. Why wouldn't you let him be the first guy? But they chose him,
Didn't
even
work out.
though
He didn't, there's a possibility that Michael is such a master manipulator. He sensed, he reached out in certain ways, and some kids were responsive, and Macaulay Culkin had too much going on. Macaulay
mm,
Culkin was already one of the biggest little like young movie stars of the early 90s. And so when Michael Jackson said, "I love you. You being my friend is everything to me. You're special. I'm glad that you and me are." Uh, Macaulay went, "That's nice, dude. I got pedophiles lined up around the block to
yeah, but
tell
after
me that
after 6 years of estrangement, I mean, that must have been one persuasive
they're still
single phone
friends."
call. The one phone call he alleges brainwashed him for life. That must have been one hell of a phone
There's
call.
I know, but no, it's not that. It's this connection that these guys had with Michael Jackson where they didn't realize that what was happening was physical abuse. And Michael actually, in a weird way, according to their descriptions, broke their hearts by kind of finding other boys to hang out with and leaving them, making them feel like they were second best. And then Wade even described like trying to seduce Michael Jackson back. Like once the abuse, the sex started happening again, he felt good that he was able to. It's so they're like women. It's really, really, really disgusting to listen to this stuff and think of it as little boys. But you have to kind of put yourself in their heads. Like they really valued and were dependent and were programmed by Michael Jackson to keep his secret, to protect him, and to love him. And
And
that confusion lasted way on into their 30s.
and
Where they
according to Wade's
still,
deposition, all it took was one phone call.
no,
I'm just saying.
I'm just
By the
saying.
way, the full 2016 deposition is available on the michaeljacksonallegations.com, as are full unedited court transcripts of Wade Robson's testimony.
Yeah.
You
Some
know,
people are mad at me in the chat. Ethan, you're turning the conversation into a tinfoil cringeworthy discussion. Seriously, listen to some of the things you're spewing. I don't feel that way. I'm trying
I
to.
don't feel that way either. It's a difference of opinion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. You have to understand when you're saying why would they do this. You have to put yourself in their heads and wonder. The choices that they were making that don't make sense to you because you were not somebody who was groomed, manipulated, sexually abused from a young early age by someone who you thought was the Lord Jesus Christ. That is the thing. Okay, now just try to imagine that. Just
Right.
try to imagine what that would do to you and do to your entire life. And that's something that these guys aren't going to get over for a long time. I mean,
Right.
that's the way it is. Were they abused? Again, we can talk about it. I believe they were. I believe their stories. Razorfist doesn't believe them, and so it's up for debate. But what I do want to get clear is that with Razorfist, the common ground that I want to find is that their behavior and the weirdness, the oddness of their behavior, the fact that it doesn't always seem scrupulous. They might be lying about some things doesn't necessarily mean they're lying about the big thing because that's something that is will shatter your soul, your world, your way of relating to other people, yourself, and everything. Can we
Yeah,
agree
but
on that?
Well, I agree it would if it matched the available timetable evidence and the objective facts that we can verify. And that's the unfortunate fact of the Leaving Neverland documentary is they trip over their own dicks trying to explain something and then 15 minutes later they say something that contradicts it. I think in the same expanse of the documentary James Safechuck says he told his mom in 2005 Michael Jackson's a bad man.
Mhm.
I think 15 20 minutes later he says, I didn't realize I had been abused until 2013. So it's like, which is
Yeah,
it?
you're
What's
looking for
going on?
consistency. You're looking for stories to match perfectly with timelines and all that stuff just to prove like if it doesn't in some cases, that means that their stories are completely false.
Yeah.
That's
Well, and this is the problem because if there were already allegations before they came out of the woodwork. So if I were a false accuser, you would want to weave your story into that existing narrative, right?
Mhm.
You would want to so that it doesn't contradict those, because there are going to be objective facts in those court cases that can't be contested, and it's going to be a problem for you if that doesn't happen. And you notice that happen over the course of the film. He has to bring Jordan Chandler in, right? Even though it kind of conflicts with the Macaulay Culkin stuff that he mentions. And he
Mhm.
has to weave it in with the Gavin Arvizo stuff, which, by the way, it should be mentioned after his lawsuit was thrown out of court, he realized, okay, I can only appeal if I get additional evidence, which means I have to find other accusers, right?
Yeah.
He bragged in the press. Jordan Chandler has every single time something about Michael Jackson has come out, Jordan Chandler has fled the country. This is
Wow.
the accuser from 1993. He has fled the country.
Yeah, he's
This
afraid.
time, Gavin Arvizo fled the country, and Wade Robson's lawyers bragged about how they actually were hiring investigators to hunt them down and subpoena them for court and shit. And it's like, why don't you just leave these kids alone? Like, if they want to be left alone, I thought you cared about victims. If they are victims, like,
Mhm.
why would you be harassing them? You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
it really runs kind of contrary to the whole thing that he's projecting there.
What do you
But
think about Emmanuel Lewis? Has anybody talked to him?
he came right out and defended Michael
Did
after
he?
Leaving Neverland came out. Yeah, he said, I would have to his more or less his exact quote was, I almost don't even pay attention to allegations anymore because this has been going on for so long. I can't even bother with it. And he said something to the effect of, it's all about money. It's been going on for decades. And, that was more or less, that was about a week ago, I want to say. He came
Yeah.
out and talked about it.
I wanna
But
know
he's
where
not alone. There's, Macaulay Culkin, Corey Feldman, Emmanuel Lewis, and Brett Barnes. The interesting thing I find is, isn't it strange? All the celebrities that were at Neverland as kids that saved their money haven't come forward with accusations, but the two guys who have, a documented history of having ups and downs in their professional lives, because Wade Robson had just been fired from the Cirque du Soleil Michael Jackson show
That's right, yeah.
right before he made his accusations. Those are the guys who suddenly have the road to Damascus moment and level the accusations after. Again, it doesn't look. Does it mean they're not telling the truth? No. Some of the timetables rather indefatigably say at least certain things they say cannot be true as they
Yeah.
have stated them. But it certainly doesn't paint it in a favorable light in terms of the monetary incentive.
Oh, I just invited Cecil in. Everybody wants Cecil in, so Cecil can come in now if he wants, and that'd be great. Liam Gray says, "Any victims passed a polygraph yet?" That's interesting.
Polygraph. Yeah, I mean, not that I'm aware of. Polygraphs are bullshit anyways. They're just from what I understand, police look at polygraphs as leverage. Like, they can say you failed and then maybe you'll crack and say something incriminating, and that's really the value of polygraphs. But I don't believe anyone's been subject to a polygraph.
That's a shame. Well, they should at least try, and just see what would happen.
And,
But I agree. I don't
although,
think it necessarily means anything.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Mike Jenkins says Razor's looking like Perry Caravello. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is, but I assume they're pale.
Well, they always say that about me too. Trioxin says 2 favorites. Thanks, gents. No, thank you. Thanks for being here. Matt Becker says kick Raisin Fist. You don't have a fan there. Great White Dope says Glove Man bad. Tell him, Uncle E. Shamona, he. David Hervey says there's a rumor MJ married Lisa because he was trying to own Elvis's masters.
Yeah, which is silly. He had already purchased them before any of that happened. There's also been an allegation for many years Lisa Marie married Michael for money. It's like, wait, what? The sole heir to the Elvis Presley fortune needed money. I'm sorry, come again. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But there was something to it though, and I believe Lisa signed an agreement with him. She was getting something. We just don't know what it is. And part of that agreement was you will always say publicly that Michael is having sex with you. He's, that because that was a big reason for the marriage was to say that Michael's attracted to women.
Well, then he's dead. The agreement would have been with Michael Jackson, not with MJJ Productions. So it makes no sense for her to have been consistently saying after his death. In fact, she was really fucked up by his death. Like she came out recently, she's had alcohol problems and said there was a period. I don't know how reputable this is. Some of this is tabloid shit, but like there had been periods of time where she was just sitting there drinking and watching Michael Jackson videos after he died. Like she was pretty fucked up about it. But it is what it is. I don't know that establishes anything, but it's certainly like any agreement would have expired when he died.
Yeah, but even still, I mean, obviously she's going to honor, what she said. She's going to honor her promises to him even after he died, probably especially after he died. So it's interesting. Michael just seems to have a lot of people. Even the people who allege that he used them or was abusive to them, he's still what a charismatic guy. He still gets them their respect and all that even after his death.
Well, she's not. Lisa Marie Presley is not that favorable in a number of other details. That's the thing. She has talked a lot of shit about Michael Jackson over the years. She has said, she felt like she was pushed out, like she was expendable. Like her real version of events is primarily there were a lot of vultures coming in, a lot of people who smelled money and were enablers, kind of like Elvis. Honestly, and she had seen this before, as a little girl, and doctors, people giving him injections, because he had a drug problem. This is another issue that I have. I talked about this in Michael Jackson Rebuttal Part 1. He covered up his drug use exceptionally well during life. It was only after his death that we really learned the extent of his drug use. Right? He was really careful. He doctor shopped. He got Conrad Murray, who he had, leverage on because he had financial problems. But then, and that's just a misdemeanor. That's just, it might be a felony depending on what it is, what the charge is, but most drug charges are relatively minor, right? That would have resulted in maybe a community service sentence. But when it's time to fuck a child, according to the Arvizos, according to Jordan Chandler, according to Wade Robson, according to James Safechuck, his grand master plan is, hey, let's go to a hotel I can't control and might be bugged and there might be, video cameras anywhere. I can't really control any of it. And I'll just fuck you in the butt. And that's the master plan. And he doesn't even do it at Neverland where he has a silent alarm system.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He had a silent alarm system installed that went off when people go up the stairs. People have painted this as being pedophilic in some way. He had it installed actually after he met many of these kids. When a guy broke into Neverland and hid in his closet. And he broke in, was going to steal something. It was a crazy super fan. And they found the guy like cowering in his closet in his bedroom. And after that, he had a alarm system installed. But like, you've got a silent alarm system. You've got a staff you can pay off. You've got Neverland is the most controllable place. And yet the vast majority of these allegations don't take place at Neverland, which is really weird. It seems like Neverland would be a pedo pad. You know what I mean? And everybody kind of perceives it that way.
Yeah.
And yet the allegations are not from there.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I liked your point about how cautious he was about his drug use,
Yeah.
and how none of us really knew. I mean, of course, we suspected, but
Yeah.
Butweg says due process matters. Well, yeah, I agree. But again, look at O.J. Simpson. I mean, just because you were
O.J. Simpson didn't have two separate grand juries decide there wasn't enough evidence to indict a full decade before his trial. You know, O.J. Simpson was a very different situation.
That's true.
This was a very different thing.
Yeah. Publius Publicola says, why would Michael Jackson hang out with kids alone after the first settlement? If I had to settle over false allegations, I would never go near someone else's kids.
And all indications are he was very reticent after that. In fact,
very reticent. Come on.
Here comes Cecil.
Stop it. I love all your Razorfish. I'm a total fan of all your metal videos, but you drive me crazy with this Michael Jackson stuff. If that guy worked in a deli, he'd be doing triple life by now. Come on. Stop it.
I'm sorry?
If Michael Jackson was just some guy who worked at a deli and all these accusations were coming at him, he'd be doing triple life.
What is that?
It's because he's a superstar.
Hold on. Would that have changed the evidence of the case, which a jury in an extremely conservative county exonerated him in 4 months in a 5-month trial on 14 fucking counts, including goddamn misdemeanors? Would that have in any way altered the evidence they would have been exposed to?
Prince hung out with Carmen Electra. Michael Jackson hung out with Webster.
Prince hung out with Carmen Electra. Michael Jackson hung out with Brooke
Shields. Yes, thank you.
Young Brooke Shields.
Okay, no. Yeah. Let me change the phrasing. Michael Jackson hung out with Brooke Shields. Prince was fucking Carmen Electra.
Okay.
You don't know.
Oh, Razorfist.
Oh,
Razorfist, do you know Cecil? Do you know who he is?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
How the hell would he know who I don't even know who I am.
You're important to Comicsgate. You know, you're important to the whole thing. You know, people. Cecil is Cecil drinks a lot, and he's Cecil, but he's a lot of fun. Everyone, you'll see the chat's going nuts right now. Everyone loves Cecil.
Also, there's something called grooming. Exactly. Yeah. When you bring in a guy like Macaulay Culkin and Corey Feldman and big name guys, then when they're not there, you could tell the other kids, you see who I'm hanging out with? These are your heroes. They're all doing this too. But there's a whole psychology to it. Like,
what the fuck are you talking about? Wade Robson was already on television when Michael Jackson met him. That's how Michael Jackson heard about him. He was already on Australian TV. Wade Robson was already goddamn famous. He was part of a dance duo. He's in the fucking video for Jam.
Well, how come I never heard of him? Answer that.
I don't know, because you never do research.
Okay, all right. So you got an answer.
Yeah, but here's the thing. First of all, let's as for Corey Feldman was hip to all of the pedophilia stuff by this point. By the time he was hanging out with Michael Jackson, he was hip, and you couldn't fool him anymore. I'm positive of that. So, I mean, I'm suggesting that the fact that these two big supernovas of talent and these two kids were not going to be that easy to seduce as some dumb kid from, Queensland, Australia, or...
I don't know. When does Corey Feldman allege he was molested by the pedophile ring or whatever? I'm not sure what age that was.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but I would assume it was right from the start. I mean, I
think he said it was his early 30s.
Yeah, I would assume it's right from the start. I mean, that's how you get roles. I would think there'd be like a casting. Oh God, so disgusting, dude. I want to bomb the world. Could we just nuke the world right now? I need the Cold War back. I need to really fear somebody's got their finger on the button, and sometimes something in my heart will just hope that he hits the button and just nukes you. Someone over in the Soviet Union. A pedophile casting couch. That's what I believe. I watched the documentary An Open Secret. Have you seen that as well, Razorfist?
Yeah, I was blocked by the makers of that. I hadn't even had an interaction with them. I guess
Really?
people kept linking them to my Michael Jackson video, so
Oh.
they blocked me. By the way, the directors of that documentary have connections with Dan Reed and the lawyers for Wade Robson and James Safechuck.
Well, but you just elevated all those people, in my opinion. I think An Open Secret's a really, really good documentary. I think it's pretty eye opening.
If it's the same Open Secret that's on Twitter, I have no idea. All I know is I was blocked by a Twitter account called An Open Secret.
Oh, sure. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm talking about a documentary that was made. I'm sure the filmmakers have some kind of Twitter account.
I have no idea.
All right. So,
Razor Fist.
Yeah.
Prince was banging what's his name? Alec Baldwin's wife there from Batman.
I think Prince might have liked to bang Alec Baldwin.
Yeah,
too.
he banged Kim Basinger. Michael Jackson had a petting zoo. I rest my case.
Michael Jackson banged.
Wait, when was the last time you went to a water park with your neighbor's kids?
It's true.
No
when
one
was the
does
last
these things.
time I could afford a water park at my house?
Oh. What do you think about the R. Kelly accusations? Everybody's asking about that.
I have no idea. I've never really looked into them. I don't really know.
There's
it's kind of like the Bill Cosby stuff. I'm not.
Yeah.
I haven't looked closely enough at the accusations to really know. I know the R. Kelly shit's been going around for fucking years. And actually, speaking of R. Kelly, he got Michael Jackson in trouble songwriting wise. It's one of the reasons that song "You Are Not Alone" can't be played in Europe or something.
Why?
Because I guess R. Kelly wrote it and he plagiarized the song from two Belgian guys.
Mm-hmm.
So in certain areas of Europe, you can't play that song anywhere.
It's like a reverse Milli Vanilli. Weren't those?
It is a reverse Milli Vanilli. Sans parachute pants.
Let's see. Chicken says Mike was odd, but he wasn't a monster. People are greedy. Well, people are greedy. Paul Contreras says Final Fantasy VII rules. Boeg says this is a good point right here, and this is. She says, I think it's a she. The Avatar's female. Says Michael Jackson didn't flee the accusations; he faced them.
Well, he wanted to fight the criminal allegations in '94, and they put the civil trial ahead of it. And finally, in 2005, he realized, okay, I settled the first time, and that didn't help anything. It made it worse. So I have to fight them. And so he did. He did.
Speaking of facing, isn't it true? Is it true or not true that Bubbles ate Michael's original face when Michael tried to molest him? True or false?
You might be onto something there.
Let's see.
No nose. Like, remember Travis the chimp? He ate that woman's face. Do you ever hear that phone call? She was screaming.
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's horrible. Yeah, that was a horrendous. Yeah, that woman who was mauled.
But now look, Michael Jackson had no nose. Was Bubbles involved?
You remember that? By the way, you remember that the concert that went down? Like, these rumors were always around. You remember in I think it was the day before 9/11, wasn't it? A big Michael Jackson reunion concert with his brothers. And it was on ABC. And the next day, like all the late night comics were talking about the rumor that his nose had flown off during the middle of the show.
So what you're saying is Michael orchestrated 9/11 to get the heat off of him.
Fact. No,
Thank you. Guilty.
This explains why the Nation of Islam accompanied him to court in 2005.
Yeah, remember he was saying. Remember who was he saying? Oh, he's sneaky. He was making very like Jew references. To who was that about? Tommy Mottola or something?
Oh my goodness.
Where are we going? Dave Donnell Dube says
on the rabbit hole, Ethan.
Yes. Thanks for $2. Jason Green says, Razorfist, do you think that these people should face repercussions the same as those with fake rap allegations?
I think frankly, I think this is beginning to make a case for at least some kind of defamation and slander protection for the deceased. You know, doesn't mean these guys have to be hauled off to jail, but at least paying a fucking penalty, something because think about it. Someone tomorrow could do the same thing to Elvis. There'd be no way for them to defend themselves it would harm their future standing in the public in terms of earning potential for their family members. I mean, the Jackson family are the ones who are suffering from this. I know Paris Jackson finally broke her silence on all this bullshit, and just it got to the point where finally she had to say something. She hasn't even come out and said Wade Robson's full of shit, because here's the problem, and this has really set up a fucked up situation. Because if the family pipes up, the accusers are protected by defamation law, right? So if the family says anything, they could be sued. But Wade Robson can say whatever about Michael Jackson, and as long as he doesn't implicate Paris Jackson, as long as he doesn't implicate Catherine Jackson or whoever, they can say whatever the flying fuck they want, which is pretty fucked up. You know, there should at least be some kind of strictures, some kind of protection.
Now his kids, their DNA came from like an accountant and a nanny, and he basically just kind of bought kids.
Lisa Marie Presley wouldn't have kids with him, so he basically what's her schnoz, Debbie Rowe was waiting in the wings.
But why didn't he use his own sperm?
There's some question. One of them might be biological. I'm not sure. You know, who the fuck knows. But I know that at least one of them was probably from.
So he had kids with two different people's DNA that he's not related to, and he owned a llama.
Well, here's the thing.
What more do you need? You take off the glasses and open your eyes. He had a llama.
Right.
I would have a llama too, though, if I could. I would like to own a llama. I just want the money.
Fuck that. I want a rhino.
I'd have a rhino, dude. I was in South Africa, and
so that's all your fault.
No. I was in South Africa driving around, and like I was in a nature preserve, and a rhino was just walking down the road, and I was like, "What the fuck?" It was the greatest moment of my life, dude. Just to see a rhino that I drove right past on the road.
That's great. So cool. What was John McCain doing in South Africa?
Okay, I got it. Yeah. Oh, good. You're a Republican, aren't you? Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Me and Razor Fist are buddies now. Let's see. Somebody says, is it possible that people are intent to believe against court ruling as a way to scrub the black spot from their own hand for indulging in scandal?
Oh, well, I do think it's a little interesting that the Harvey Weinstein, this all came from Sundance, right? That's where Leaving Neverland initially debuted. I think it's kind of interesting. Sundance originally had a Harvey Weinstein rape accusations documentary scheduled. And after Harvey Weinstein shot out help me text message, there's this extremely involved process for submitting documentaries to Sundance. They completely skipped that for Leaving Neverland. They okayed it in like a week and a half. Mm-hmm. And it was immediately put at the top of the billing. And who the fuck's talking about the Harvey Weinstein documentary?
Because, which, by the way, what's more plausible? Why would a handsome man like Harvey Weinstein need to rape anyone? Think about it.
You make a compelling case.
This is all true.
You make a compelling case. From what I understand, they were interviewing the office plants actually in Harvey Weinstein's office. But apparently that was that documentary was supposed to be like top billed. It was supposed to be the big fucking deal. And Leaving Neverland completely stole that thunder.
Well, this guy's asking you, though, and this is an interesting kind of point. He's just saying, look, these people who were rooting against Michael, who believed that he was guilty, and then the court ruling comes out, and in some people's opinions, that court ruling basically vindicates Michael Jackson completely. The people who insist on disbelieving and against the court ruling, kind of disbelieving it, is that some way of just not dealing with the guilt of slandering someone who, presuming Michael's innocent?
Well, I mean, look, it's just as painful a thought thinking, you know, well, we're not listening to rape victims, right? Mm-hmm. So it's kind of Freudian in a way.
Listen, anybody
if you were slamming Michael Jackson for decades, I mean, because god damn, the accusations came out in '93. You know, it's a long time. That's a very, very long time. And his career went down the tubes after that. I mean, history was big. Blood on the Dance Floor, not so much. Invincible tanked. It was still sold millions of copies, but like he was in the middle of a comeback and he had to wait a long time for the soil to be ripe for him to actually make that comeback. And then of course he died before he could make it. But like, yeah, I can see that. There could certainly be some incumbent guilt around that for people, because if that's true, if he was innocent, then obviously people have been making it their 9-to-5 occupation. People, gosh, upstanding individuals like Nancy Grace, been making it their 9-to-5 occupation to basically defame an innocent man. He wrote a song, incidentally, that was never released during that trial. It was basically just for his own enjoyment, called The Innocent Man, that was just like autobiographical about that trial. It was really, if you read the lyrics, it was really fucked up. It was basically his like autobiography of that snapshot in time.
Boag says depths of Deep Sabbath 9 when? That's
whenever I get off my lily white ass and edit it.
Joseph Kerwine says, Razor, your Queen Music Mythos video had a better climax than most Hollywood films.
And thanks, I appreciate it. Bohemian Rhapsody didn't do a whole lot for me. It kind of had a TV movie vibe to it a little bit. I don't think it was unwatchable, but you know.
Oh, somebody took the Wikipedia entry and put it to film. I mean, it was
right.
Yeah, it really was. You know, it was like, well, and this happened next, and this happened next, and then this happened. It really, yeah, I agree. But at the same time, it was fun to watch. My wife watched it twice, and she has been listening to Queen music. She bought a couple of Queen T-shirts. She's been all about Queen. So, you know, it worked. You know, it attracted her to that music.
Oh man, and they're blowing up again. Like they're fucking huge all over again. It's interesting. Queen is that way. You know, they had that big explosion after Wayne's World, and then they kind of went down for a while, and now it's like, Jesus Christ, they're in commercials and everything else again.
Yeah. I did like the part in the movie where Mike Myers was playing the record executive, and then he said the line, you know, there'll never be teenagers in cars rocking out to this.
That was good.
That was kind of funny. But yeah, it did have a made for TV feel to it. I thought the kid did a good job. The editing was it was cheap. It was like it was like a Hallmark level of editing. Like the scenes didn't flow. Yeah. It was the Wikipedia. That was a perfect way to describe it.
Somebody says, fun fact, the director of Bohemian Rhapsody molested more boys than Michael Jackson. Well, that's definitely true. That's definitely true.
Hold on. Don't sell Michael Jackson short. What's the number on it, Razor? Do we have a total on him yet?
There's 4 accusers, or depending on which tabloid you believe, 11.
I believe them all.
Yeah. All right. So Boag says, attention, Bajoran workers, talk DS9. I don't know anything about Star Trek. I've never been a fan. I'm a Star Wars guy.
You're missing out, bro.
I tried to get into it. You know what it was, Razor Fist? I watched every episode of Rod Serling's Twilight Zone over and over again on DVD, and then all the extra features when those great sets came out. And I really learned about all the writers and everything, all the creative people, the minds behind those episodes. And I went, where did they go in 1964? You know, when this show was over, where did they go? They went to Star Trek, and I never watched Star Trek. So I picked up all of the box sets and I put them on. I tried to watch Star Trek, hoping to find what these guys were doing next. And it sucked. I couldn't get into Star Trek. It was way too long. It was way too boring. I just couldn't get into it. And people kept saying, well, wait till you get to this one episode. What's the one episode that I was supposed to see that was written by the I don't remember what it was.
Which one? The original series?
Yeah, the original series.
Time Amok or something like that.
No. It was the one that was written by. They're going to tell me in the chat right now.
City on the Edge of Forever.
There it is. City on the Edge of Forever.
That was with Joan Collins, right?
Right.
Yeah, I never got to it. I never clicked with Star Trek ever. I always thought it was weird, and I wrote a couple songs about it, as people know. I wrote a lot of songs about my conflicted feelings about Star Trek. You know,
I have a question. I have a music question. Do you know why? You know that Michael Jackson and Freddie Mercury was supposed to record, but Freddie left the studio, and do you know why?
Because of the llama.
That's right. Because
my studio.
Mm-hmm.
he fucking guilty.
Brought the damn llama in the studio.
He's so guilty. He scared Freddie Mercury off. Do you know what they would take to?
Right.
Do you understand the bacala going on at that man's house? That Michael Jackson and a llama scared him out of his studio. Open your eyes, Razorfish.
In fairness, this would have been around 82 or so. I think he had just gotten the zoo, so he's probably showing it off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
As one is
I like
to
Michael
do.
Jackson. I'm not going to stop liking him. I'm glad Razor Fist is here because the truth of the matter is this. I'm a fan of Michael Jackson. I just bought his box set. And I haven't listened to all of it yet. And I felt sick about having bought it. So even though my instincts are telling me he's guilty, I need Razor Fist to keep me in denial for a little while longer. He's doing it. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a good line, and I'm like, yeah. Well, what about? And Razor Fist is like, no, because facts. And I'm like, yeah, fuck my feelings, facts. And that's
here's the thing. I'm the guy.
Fuck every instinct in my body.
See, here's the thing. I'm supposed to be the fanboy. I don't even have the fucking box set.
the box set's good. Yeah, it's got like 4 different versions of Billie Jean, like from the initial layout of the song all the way to some extended dance mix. It's
nice,
amazing.
That was the weird thing about Michael is apparently he would his first instinct musically was just to let the beat go on for 9 billion hours.
Mm-hmm.
And Quincy or his producer or whoever would come in and be like, Michael, you can't your song can't be 15 and a half minutes long for dance breaks. Like what the fuck, Michael?
Well, because if you listen to him write Billie Jean, like he's got the dun 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 dun, and then he's just back there. Go around breaking young girls. He's like making up the lyrics along with it, and you can see him building the song that way, which is pretty neat. It's like everybody has their own process for writing songs. A lot of people want to know what my process is, Razorfest. Like how did I write Wolverine is gay?
Did it all the llama?
Yeah. We all have a different process, and mine is not too dissimilar from Michael Jackson or Elvis. Elvis didn't write very many songs, to be honest with you, but
no, he used songwriters.
Yeah. Let's see. Mark C says you two are both crazy. Nightwish is the greatest metal band. Nightwish. Tyler Preston says
wrong.
Yeah. The Darkness is the greatest metal band, and Steel Panther are the greatest metal bands of all time right now. Tyler Preston says Ethan and Razor love you both. Please roast Linkara. Do you have something against Linkara? Like, why would he ask you to do that? I don't like him, but
yeah, I think he's absolute dog shit. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Oh man, he's terrible. You know what? I unironically love Frank Miller's Holy Terror.
Yeah.
Unironically, unrepentantly. It is so over the top. And I love it so much. I imagine it being the Batman story it was supposed to be. Because Frank Miller's whole idea was Batman versus Al Qaeda. That was all it was. Which is brilliant. It's just genius.
Yep.
And Frank Miller's walked it back. Oh, I was in a dark place then. I'm like, go back to that dark place, Frank. Go there and set up a lemonade stand, asshole. That was amazing.
These people don't understand how important Comicsgate is. Like, Comicsgate didn't exist back then, but it was needed. It was necessary back then. Frank Miller's initial instincts of turning the power of Batman on Al Qaeda after 9/11 were right on, and everyone was wondering why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we fighting radical terrorists, Muslim terrorists? Why aren't we doing this?
Do you remember you remember CrossGen Comics, right?
Oh yeah.
CrossGen got in a little bit of that hot water themselves, if you remember. Was it 2002, 2003? They put out, Greg Land did that cover of American Power.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like an American Special Forces guy punching Osama bin Laden right in the face. It was genius.
Yeah, it was what people wanted.
One of the best covers he's ever done. And what was his name? The guy who wrote Sojourn, Ian Eddington. Ian Eddington quit over it. Mark Wade had kittens over it, and a bunch of people who worked at CrossGen quit in disgust over it. And it was like, what the? This is right after 9/11. This is like panacea. This is what comics is supposed to be. You know what I mean? And I still look back at that. I think like they wound up purging a lot of that from the internet. You can't even find American Power anymore. Just so retarded.
Yeah. I honestly, we would have fought back about that and just been like, look, these guys just knocked down the Twin Towers. You can do at this point in American history, you're supposed to do comics like Holy Terror. You're supposed to. And Frank Miller's instincts were 100% in tune and in touch with what the people wanted, with what fans probably wanted to read back then.
Right.
And yeah, he was silenced. And again, that was a very, very early tip-off to where comics were going, where SJWs were just going to take over everything and give people dog shit. We're still there right now. We're there right now. But man, I swear to God, I'd love to go back then and just be like, shut the fuck. Just unleash Comicsgate on all those SJWs and let Frank Miller do his thing.
Frank Miller said that, he was like, how can I write these fictional villains when there are real life villains in the world that are worse than, like, was he going to write a ventriloquist story while Osama bin Laden? He wanted Batman to go up against the real evil. And they shut him down. I thought it would have been great.
It would have been great. And again, that's the comic book industry. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. Razor Fist, be glad you don't work in comics, pal.
I've been an artist in the past and done little indie things, but yeah, no, I'm glad. I'm glad I walked away from that.
Black Wolf Senpai says, hey there, EVS. Good to see that you got my artwork and my trebuchet today. Yeah, thank you so much for that. This guy built me a model trebuchet. It's a desk-sized trebuchet capable of flinging mice or rodents a great distance. Now, we need it. It's a good model. We need it to be bigger, obviously, so that we can actually fling actual left wingers into orbit.
Yeah, put it down in El Paso.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I'm willing to put it. I want it to be so big that we need to actually station it in the Andes. I've been talking to NASA scientists about how big a trebuchet would have to be to literally fling SJWs into orbit. I mean, it's like a handful of pebbles just right in the sky. And they're saying it needs to be pretty big. And the counterweight would actually need to be one of the booster rockets, from the space shuttle. So we're working on that now. But this little model that you sent me, Black Wolf Senpai, very much appreciated, and the artwork was lovely too. And also the wooden knuckles were helpful. Licardo Guerra says Wade broke up Justin T and Britney Spears. That's the rumor. That's what you told me, and I told my wife that, and she was stunned. She thought it was Kevin Federline too.
Yeah, not only did she break up not only did he break up Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake, he wrote that song Cry Me a River about it. Yeah. But he cheated on Michael Jackson's niece with Britney Spears, and Michael Jackson set them up. Contrary to his statement in the documentary that Michael Jackson wanted him to stay away from girls, Michael Jackson actually fixed him up with his niece, Brandy Jackson.
Well, yeah, he actually does say, he says that Michael called and was fascinated with his relationship with girls, his sexual relationship with Britney Spears or anyone else. He wanted the details about that, like in a real kind of creepy way. So that doesn't surprise me. That goes along.
But at the same time, he said that Michael was infatuated with Britney Spears, it makes sense. There's a bunch of stories from other people. I think, was it Jay-Z or P. Diddy? I think it was P. Diddy said that he went to a party and Michael Jackson randomly showed up and was like, before he could get a word out, he was like, where's Beyonce? Like, where's Beyonce?
Yeah, I'm sure he was gaga for her.
And he asked her for a number and got it. So that's according to Puff Daddy. So I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so Licardo Guerra. Okay, I got that one. Saggy Bone says, now that Razor is here, bring in Zach so we can all laugh at Mark Waid together.
I've done a couple videos about Mark Waid.
Oh, some fun stuff.
I'm a big Daredevil fan, and I have a giant Mark Waid size hole in my otherwise complete Daredevil collection. Not a fan.
Mark Wade. Well, the industry is going to have a Mark Wade size hole in it, I think. Yeah, this is. I'm excited about the lawsuit. I'm very excited about it. The court case is just so good. I mean, it's just so good, and there's all kinds of stuff that we are not allowed to talk about.
Right.
But it's going to be fun. It's going to be so fun. Boeck says replace Michael Jackson with Vic and think about it again. Yeah, there's this whole thing like, yeah, well, don't you? No, I don't think it works like that. I know people are saying, look, you're literally believing women and all this stuff. No, I for me, it's a case by case basis. I believe credible people, and I assess credibility. It's not just to me, it's like, let me hear your story and let me see if it rings true to me. And that's just to me. I'm not a court of law. This is just my opinion. And there, I mean, with the Vic Mignogna situation, he's being railroaded. I haven't seen anything. I've seen what they're complaining about, and I don't think there's anything wrong with what he's doing. He's just hugging his fans. Are you following Anime Gate at all?
That's Me Too. Yeah, I've looked into it a little bit. That's also latched up with the Me Too thing, which, by the way, did you see in the Oprah special afterward? The head of Me Too, what's her name? Patricia, whatever. The person who founded Me Too was in the audience in that Oprah special.
Oh, how do you like that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you concede Wade Robson isn't trustworthy, why would that be considered more trustworthy than the Vic Mignogna allegations, which are both spurred by Me Too?
Because Vic didn't have a petting zoo and a roller coaster. That's why.
Right. First off, you don't know.
He might have that. We don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I try to keep an open mind about stuff like this, And here's the thing, I'm not somebody who gets swayed by these documentaries. I mean, I watched The Men Who Killed Kennedy in the early 90s and was like, fuck this. And when everybody was like, oh my God. And I watched, this new thing, Making a Murderer. That has all the SJWs. They're like, he's innocent. He's not innocent. He's guilty as hell. No, don't you understand that the police are evil? Maybe, but he still killed that girl, and come on now. And I had Gail Simone was up my ass about that. I was like, you can't be that stupid. Like, I swear to God, it's like, I think, was it a Simpsons joke? Where he's like, he's innocent. Listen to the music. It's like people are swayed by documentaries just because documentaries are manipulative and intriguing. And, as soon as I watched something like that, as soon as I learned about the West Memphis 3, I did a ton of reading because you just hear these things and you just go, this can't be true. But people really are swayed by documentaries like that. And I'm willing to say, was I swayed? Was I just manipulated by this? Well, that's why I've got Razor Fist here. Let me talk it through with them. Yeah,
the Simpsons episode was they were watching the documentary about Homer himself, and the music got evil. The music got evil, and he's like, he's guilty. And Marge it's you.
But listen to the music.
Listen to the music.
Oh, I remember now. That was funny.
Your tears say more than real evidence ever could.
That was Sally Jesse.
Let's see. So so anyway, replace Michael Jackson with Vic and think about it again. That's not the way it works. It's everyone's an individual, and you can't.
I agree, because Vic was not in a court of law, exonerated on 14 counts in record time.
Well,
California courts never get it wrong. Ask OJ.
Well, he already debunked that. He already said, fuck
all right,
that,
three times with 2 separate grand juries.
But I mean, look, again, it's all individual. It's all on an individual basis, and I think people should judge that. The overarching believe women thing is wrong, because I don't think you need to believe women. I think you need to listen, and I think you need to pay attention. But do you need to just believe every accusation that comes along? No, I think you should be skeptical. You should be skeptical about everything that involves ruining someone's life. But then again, pay attention. I mean, do pay attention. Cormorant says, believe it or not, innocent until proven guilty. That's court. That's not a person's opinion about things, and we're allowed to formulate opinions and decide for ourselves. It's just we can't throw him in jail until he's been proven guilty.
I mean, never mind innocent until proven guilty. What about innocent after proven innocent?
He wasn't proven innocent. It was not guilty. There's a difference between innocent and not guilty.
Is there when the presumption is innocence until you're proven guilty?
It's a fantastic way to spin that, but it's impossible to prove someone innocent.
You're not found innocent. You're found not guilty. Okay.
That's correct.
Right. On 14 counts.
Oh, I'm late, by the way. I have to go to a sleepover at my neighbor's 8-year-old.
Oh,
sorry. Totally normal. I'm riding my llama there.
Right, except that never happened, and Martin Bashir later admitted on ABC that it never happened.
Martin Bashir's a liar.
Yes, he is.
When he said it never happened, he was lying.
But the other time he wasn't, when he made the documentary, I guess. That documentary was devastating. I remember when that came out, everybody was stunned.
Yeah. Did you see the because Michael Jackson was actually smart that time. He had his own camera crew there, and they filmed the stuff that was not edited.
Yeah.
And there's a whole section where Martin Bashir's like, "Oh no, stand on the edge, sit on the edge of the bed with him. Oh no, grab his hand. It'll be more affecting emotionally." And Michael's like, "What the fuck? What?
Yeah.
No.
And at the end he goes, "I've been around here and I've seen nothing. I heard rumors, but I've seen nothing but evidence of you treating children with respect and dignity and sick children and helping them and all this stuff." Like really going over he didn't need to say any of that stuff. What a weirdo. And Michael's like, yeah. He had his hairdresser in there. Like, yeah, Michael's great. He doesn't do anything to these kids. Gunn says, EVS, you're literally doing Believe Whammon. I don't think I'll take that to heart, but I don't think I am. But again,
I mean, yeah, I know. Safe Chuck's not a woman. He's just a little effeminate.
Yeah. Again, Razorfist. Listen, the thing about me is I'm an incredibly humble man, and I make a point of this all the time. My humility. I am, listen, I'm suggestible and dumb, and I will readily admit to that. And also, I will rethink all of my positions on everything, given new evidence. And I think everybody needs to be that way. So, I have my views, but I'm always taking in new ideas. Captain Salty, Captain Salty says, ask his opinion on Daredevil season 3.
I did a video about it. I thought it was not quite as good as the first two, but it was still really good. I didn't get going back to the black suit. What the fuck was that? Like, it felt like a step back. It didn't make a whole lot of sense. It really didn't make sense after it was established that there were two Daredevils. After that point, it made no sense for Daredevil to not be dressed as fucking Daredevil. But whatever, especially after he ran into his suit. What a Gladiator trapped him in that room with his own goddamn suit. He still doesn't take the fucking thing. He's still running around with the fucking Hulk Hogan bandana on. So, I thought it was good though. I thought it was really, really good. There was a bit of SJW messaging here and there though.
Are you a Trump supporter, by the way?
Big time.
Yes.
Big time.
Yeah, we're best friends now. Cecil, by the way, they're pointing out in the chat that Napoleon Dynamite had a llama too. And I think they're doing that as a way to say you're a fucking idiot. Do you have something to say?
I mean, that's rock solid what they did there.
Yeah, I disagree with the fucking idiot part. But I mean, that was
thanks, buddy.
Yeah, that was implicit.
He's like, what are you talking about? That's the part that hammered it home.
Klaus and LT says what Razor Fist is saying sounds like a Ring of Truth. Super credible. Great discussion. Never heard of Razor Fist. Well, go subscribe. Mod Princess.
And for any of my fans, I know there's a lot of my fans that are here. You should subscribe to Ethan. He does great videos on comics and Comicsgate and the occasional political thing. And he also happens to be a brilliant fucking artist. So,
hell yeah, thank you, pal. Let's see. So, Mod Princess 916 says, to Razor's point, Macaulay Culkin had a downward spiral a few years back and never had a road to Damascus moment. Now that is true. His behavior suggests that he was sexually abused. I think his life.
From what I understand, wasn't there some kind of abuse in his family? like his dad, or there was some kind of fucked up situation. His family's messed up. They are not a nuclear family. I know this.
Yeah. Well, that would make him an even bigger, opportunity for a victim. And again, when Macaulay Culkin denies that Michael Jackson molested him, I'll take that one of two ways. I'll say that either Michael Jackson thought about it but decided he wasn't bait, or that he did. He and Macaulay hasn't processed it, is still dealing with it in his own way, and is in denial about it.
Nah, it goes a little deeper than that. Macaulay's put himself in. I mean, he didn't have to get in court in 2005. In fact, he was in the middle of a career revival at that time. He was in a couple of movies for the first time in like 10 years.
Mhm.
He was like kind of cresting the wave. That was around the time he was in that movie Saved. He was in some, like, he was on sitcoms and stuff again. That was a massive distraction his career didn't need at that point. Like he didn't need to be associated with Michael Jackson's trial, especially when the entire media was shouting Michael Jackson's a pedophile from the rooftops 24/7. So, it really doesn't make any sense. My point is he went one step further. He full on white knighted for Michael Jackson. He went on Larry King and talked about how when he says people were in his bedroom's 2 stories. It has 3 bathrooms, multiple.
Why might he have done that? Let's assume that he was molested. Why might he have done that?
To defend? Wait, why would he have defended Michael Jackson?
Why would he, not even to defend Michael Jackson, why would he have said the things that he said were he molested?
So his career wouldn't be over and he wouldn't be tarred with that for the rest of his
So he wouldn't
life.
be humiliated because...
Are you kidding? I'm sorry, in 2005, when the entire media was against Michael Jackson? Brother, after Michael Jackson was acquitted, Terry Gordy, the head of Motown, took Tom Mesereau aside and said, you just cost the entire American media like $100 million, right? Because the money was in a conviction. After that court case was over, the money train stopped, right? Michael Jackson left. He had to get his house in order. He had to get his money in order. He was gone, right? There was no more money to be made off him. Now, if he had been convicted, they could have made millions in advertising, selling the sentencing, the salacious, him being carried off to prison, any of the appeals that might have resulted from that. I mean, that's where the money was. So if Macaulay Culkin had come out and said, I was molested, he would have been hailed as a conquering fucking hero.
I don't know about that.
Can I ask you a question, both of you, the same question?
Yeah.
Ethan, would you let your kids sleep over Michael Jackson's house?
No.
Raise a fist, would you?
And if in the situation described by Macaulay Culkin, where the whole family is fucking there in a giant house-sized,
Don't use the F word in that context.
yeah, I would not have a problem because I'd be there.
No, if you're not there, you're not there.
Yeah, you're at the Grand Canyon.
You're at the Grand Canyon. Michael's like, oh, you know what? That's hard with kids. Their little legs can't handle that hike. Why don't you leave them with me? I'll look after them.
Which, first off, has not been proved, and in court actually was disproved.
What?
That they were alone with him.
Oh, no. Oh, you're saying no kids were alone with him?
That was the problem Arvizo ran into in 2005, was that Gavin Arvizo had said, I was alone in the bed. Frank Cascio was actually there and said, no, actually he wasn't. Michael Jackson was actually in the bedroom, the house-sized bedroom. He was sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor in another room. And so was I. And he gave the kid his bag.
That might be the case, but you didn't answer the question. Would you let him your kid sleep over with him unattended, with no one else?
In the fictitious situation described, no. But that situation was proven to be fictitious.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
There isn't a case. What you just presented is fictitious.
You're out of order.
Point of order. Yeah, I don't know. Then again, I think the way Michael Jackson presents the story, yeah, you're with a lot of kids, and I don't understand why the kids have to sleep over. I don't get that part.
I don't either.
On the rides.
No, I don't either, but at the same time, it was misrepresented to be just the kids when it was really the families.
Yeah, well, he was grooming the families too. You can't just have the kids.
Chantel, the sister in the documentary in '93 said, "Oh, I slept over at his bedroom. In the documentary, she says that's not true.
Razor, do you know how powerful the celebrity is? Screech banged a woman and her bridesmaid on her wedding day in Vegas, 20 years after Saved by the Bell went off the air.
Yeah.
Because he was on the TV.
And
I rest my case.
Stop resting your case.
Stop resting your case.
Stop it before you make a point first, and then rest.
I'm saying Michael Jackson's the biggest celebrity in the entire universe at the time. If Screech is banging a chick on her wedding night and she's letting him film it, think about what Michael Jackson could get away with.
In 2005, when his career was pretty much over?
It was over, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, I do not see that, and it makes no sense, and this is why it was laughed out of court.
Yeah, I remember, you know what was really weird? Because I remember a couple of music award shows where Michael Jackson was up on stage dancing, like in the 2000s, dancing with a clearly uncomfortable NSYNC or Britney Spears. Like, they didn't want to be up there. And now I'm realizing that Wade set that up for him. I mean, it's just like clearly Wade set those moments. Michael Jackson kept giving himself awards too. And that was the other thing that, like, just he'd be like there'd be like
the music. Well, I mean, that's not him, but it was like the Grammys would come up with a greatest guy ever award. And it'd be like, here you go, Michael Jackson. You know what I mean? Got several of those.
Oh my God.
Honestly, that's just an excuse to have Michael Jackson in attendance at your fucking show for the ratings.
None of them seemed comfortable about it. None of them seemed comfortable. They all seemed like Michael Jackson did that. He worked that out for himself. Like, I feel like I'm losing my relevance, so I've got to be given the Intergalactic Video Music Vanguard Award, you know? And
I mean, at that point, he owned half of Sony Music, which for all intents and purposes means he owned half of music.
Yeah.
He didn't need any additional relevance. Every time you heard a song in an elevator, Michael Jackson got a kickback. Right? Like he owned Muzak.
He owned Happy Birthday.
Yeah. What the fuck?
You're not allowed to sing Happy Birthday to You anymore. Michael Jackson owns it, literally, which was amazing. That's why if you go to like Bennigan's, you know, they can't sing Happy Birthday to You. They have to come up with a happy birthday, happy to you, happy birthday to you, or something like that. Because otherwise, Michael Jackson's going to have to collect a little money off of that.
I think it became public domain a year ago or so.
Yeah. God, that was weird.
I got to bounce soon here, guys. So,
well, let me get through these super chats just to make sure anybody else has questions for you. And thank you for staying so long. Appreciate it.
No
all right. So Himatlo says MJ was extremely OCD. He probably abused these kids off site to keep his pad clean because he was a total neat freak. GOP Gamer says, oh, thanks for $100. My God. Hi, Ethan. My friend, the extremely talented former champion of Drawn and Quartered, Brad Ashworth, just went live with his campaign Handyman on Indiegogo. I would really appreciate it if you gave it a look. Thank you for all you do, Ethan. Well, you just bought a look. I'll take a look at it and we'll talk about it a little bit. Mark C says, if you ever watched Hollywood Square, Cecil is Comicsgate's Paul Lynde. So that's exactly what you need to understand, Razorfest. Paul Lynde. Jason Green says, hail Cecil. Did Mr. T's arm stay attached?
It did.
The Almighty Chad says, I'm surprised the Punisher was never set upon Al Qaeda after 9/11, especially during the Garth Ennis
opportunity.
I still don't know why we're still not doing that. I mean, they're great villains. You know, it's all Nazis now. As though
everybody can be a Nazi or a thinly veiled allegory to a Nazi.
Yeah, True Lies was the last time they were like Arab guys as the bad guys.
Yeah.
I know, right? My girl and I were watching The Delta Force, starring Chuck Norris, the other day, and she was like sitting there like she had never seen this before. She's like, those terrorists are brown. What is that?
It's so refreshing.
That's not allowed, is it?
I love that. You know, that's why I love the show 24, because it was just like, yes, this is exactly right. Like, this is not made by liberals. Right. It's fantastic. Darkman McEdgeface says, Razor, the space noids at Side 3 have long been oppressed by the Earth Federation government. Do you support their bid to self-govern? Zig Zion, he says.
What the fuck are you talking about?
There you go. Duckenstein MD says, Uncle Ethan, why are SJWs afraid to write and draw black heroes like real people? They're either Gordon Goodbrothers or the wokest dude on planet Terra. Because they're terrified of black people as they actually are. and they want to shape black people through the characters that they create into people that they can control and treat like pets. That's why. Uriah Wright says Metal Mythos on Rebel meets Rebel when?
Never.
Never. That's it. Bird of the Abyss.
Sorry.
Funny, the one who thinks Michael is guilty sounds like a Juden, so I'm a Jew. Well,
I think he's talking about me.
oh, okay. Yeah, you do sound kind of Jewish though, so that's okay. You sound like you're a New York kind of Long Island guy. Saggy Bones says non-Comicsgate related artists just raised $340K on Indiegogo on day one. Mainstream comics are dead and people are realizing it. Yes, people are telling me about this. That's pretty interesting. I got to take a look at it. Weefex says, I am Nikki Rackett's chat mod. Am I not good enough for you? I don't know. Ryan English says Razor wins, Cecil loses.
Oh,
yeah, that's brutal. And John Horn says, good night, Razor. Godspeed. Also the other guys.
Godspeed, everyone.
Godspeed. Razor Fist. Thank you so much for spending the evening over here. I'm not going to ask you to spend the night because, you know, I'm not Michael Jackson. You're allowed to.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, and I was powerless to stop it. Like, wait, what?
Very much appreciate you around here, and your channel's great.
I appreciate you and your Triumph hat. I am a British motorcycle fan myself as well, although I have a Japanese bike right now.
Oh, nice. I want to wish you the best. Everyone in the chat, we got 2,000 something people watching. If you haven't subscribed to Razor Fist, do make that. Go over to his channel, take a look at it, hit that subscribe button, ring that bell for notifications. Some of the best videos. He has a rapid fire way of speaking that will confound you. I don't know. I'm just going to ask you a trade secret. Do you write scripts?
No, I do an outline generally. It'll be like a bullet point kind of a thing. Because I like to improvise, but I also, you might have noticed over the course of this conversation, have a tendency to indulge in extraneous asides that go nowhere. So having kind of a guideline so that I can kind of power back into my original point with a joke or something is useful. So I'll have like a bullet point outline in front of me. But yeah, no scripts don't work for me. I don't read very well out loud.
Well, it really is impressive. Like you're very, you know, I like to say eloquent. You are eloquent and a lot of fun to listen to. So I hope people do check out your videos. People who in the chat who are saying they haven't quite checked you out yet. So with that, I'm gonna let you go, man. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, fellas. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you, Paul Lind.
Hey, Ethan, you just got another super chat.
Yeah, Weefex says thank you for pronouncing my name properly. I'm going to stay on, Cecil.
One more just came in.
Okay, cool. I'll check. Have me on anytime. High council on this, whatever, and I'm down. I'm a big fan.
Okay, cool. Cecil says I thought Cecil won.
That's
He's
right.
Biased. You know.
Godspeed, everyone.
All right. Good night.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
All right, let's Comic Gate in here. Let's get some Comics Gators in here. Unless they're doing, is Mike doing his thing right now? His drawn and quartered thing, Cecil.
Let me take a look. Hold on.
I don't want to interrupt that. Ian House says,
yes, he's doing drawn and quartered.
Oh, okay. I'll sign off then. Ian House says, I think you missed my super chat, but it wasn't important, so don't worry about it. Ian, let me go back and look real quick because I thought I was reading them all in order. So Ian Howe. The chat. Oh yeah, I did miss it. I'm so sorry. Ian Howe said the chat turned into Lord of the Flies, Uncle. My wrench is still smoking. Yeah, I figured it would. This is, Cecil, this topic, because I watched this documentary and was sick to my stomach. Did you see it?
No.
Yeah, you should see it. I think everybody should watch it and kind of decide for themselves. But when
listen, Razor Fist is very, he's armed with all these arguments, but I just have, a brain and instincts that, the guy with the Ferris wheel, the llama, and the monkey, and Emmanuel Lewis is up to no good. That's just my gut feeling.
Razor Fist is approaching
that doesn't hold up in court. I understand.
Right. Well, he's approaching this like a defense attorney, and it's like, well, these facts don't line up. So there's like he's working from look, there's what's the reasonable doubt? I mean, there's reasonable doubt because of all of these circumstances but mostly it sounds like smoke to me, and the truth sounds pretty clear. I mean, you can kind of, you should be able to get a sense of when you're hearing what actually happened, when a narrative hangs together.
The truth has a certain ring to it.
Yeah, to me it does, and I'm not saying I'm infallible about that. I can be wrong, certainly, but I listen to those stories, and I listen to the mothers speak, and I listen to the family speak, the people who had Michael Jackson over to their little homes. And this was the main thing about this documentary that really fascinated me, was that the Safechuck family, they just lived in a little house in LA. I mean, just a normal house. And Michael Jackson would just come over, and he'd be, come get me. So they'd bring him over to their little house. They'd have to smuggle him out of his big, gigantic palace. And they have photographs of it, and it's the weirdest goddamn thing I've ever seen. Michael Jackson in red Feety pajamas, sitting on the floor in the corner of the house, just looking like Michael Jackson, looking up like a dummy, like sticking his tongue out in one. And she's like, he became like the mother of this little boy. It's like Michael Jackson became like another one of my children. He was just a child that was over, and I'd do his laundry, and I'd bring him cookies and milk. This is a grown man. What are you talking about? Like, these people get caught up in celebrity, and they get hypnotized. And this mother, this idea that Michael Jackson was a child, buying into his fantasy, buying into his illusion, was just a way to conveniently indulge in being a part of his inner circle, of being a part of this celebrity, to let him into your home where your little child is, who he's paying too much attention to. Cecil, they talk about Michael Jackson being on the phone with an 8-year-old for hours, literally hours and hours and hours. Now, my son is 19 years old. I'm done talking to him after 20 minutes. Done. I'm like, okay, I have nothing else to say to you. I love my kid, but he's living over here, and I'm over here. We're light years apart in terms of just experience, and I can talk to you, all night, because we're both adults. But children, and I have even less to talk about with younger children.
Forget it. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to make that point. What guy hangs out with kids that are not his own? It doesn't make any sense. Your gut has to take over. Your common sense has to take over at some point. That something is off the wall. No pun intended about this fucking guy. Yeah. It's hard to argue, just because it's so evident in my mind when I look at this guy, and I'm like, that was my problem with Twilight. She was 15 years old, and that guy was 90. Mm-hmm. And what 90-year-old could have a conversation with a 15-year-old girl for more than 10 minutes?
I tried to talk to a 24-year-old. I always tell this story. I'm like, when I became single, and I was like, woof, I can date. I started talking to women, and I thought to myself, do I want a younger girl, or do I want a girl my age? And so I started talking to a 24-year-old who I thought was really pretty, and I had nothing to say to her, really. I had nothing in common with her. And I mean, I'm looking for a relationship. I'm actually looking for someone to talk to. And it was just like, Andrea is 2 years younger than me, and we went through the same stuff at the same place in the world at the same time. And that's what I need. That's the kind of person I need. That's someone I can have a deep, intense relationship with, because we can have conversations.
So you didn't spend hours on the phone with your neighbor's 8-year-old ever?
Never did. No, I never did. I don't know what to say to an 8-year-old except, do you want a cookie? No. All right. See ya. You want a toy? I got some toys, comics. I don't really have anything to say to kids. I don't.
I was not eloquent before when I was doing the Screech story, but I'm just saying, people are wooed and they're hypnotized by celebrity. And you're talking about the biggest celebrity in the world is in your kitchen because he wants to hang out with your son. Well, guess what you're going to keep doing? Let him hang out with your son, because this is exciting. This is the thrill of a lifetime. Like, you know what I mean? Like, a woman cheated on her husband. What?
They were all caught up in it. If you watch these documentaries, it's like the whole family was like, we know Michael Jackson. He's our personal friend. And the amazing thing about it is that they're when Michael Jackson was going through another one of his trials, which was in the 2000s or something like that, he recontacted all of his old abuse victims, his alleged abuse victims. Hey, haven't talked in a little while. You know, do you want to, don't say anything, or if you do you want to testify on my behalf? I'm your friend, remember? And the mother of this guy, Safechuck, says Michael gave us a loan at a very low interest rate to buy a house, and as soon as the trial was over, he forgave the loan. So in other words, he bought you a house to keep you quiet during all of this. That's peculiar. That is peculiar behavior. That says it all. These people were taking money. These people were taking loans, and they were getting on stage, going to concerts, traveling all around the world, having a great time at the expense of their kids' childhood and soul, you know, and little spirit. Yeah, a 7-year-old boy introducing a 7-year-old boy to sex. I mean, a 7-year-old boy taking away, like, sex doesn't make sense to a 7-year-old. Michael Jackson explaining it that God brought us together and this is how we express our love for each other.
Also, a little kid could see how happy Michael Jackson is making the rest of his family. And if I say something, then this is all going to come to an end. It's so, it's so powerful, celebrity and all the perks that come with it. And the families were caught up. The families were totally seduced by him as well.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Now, people in the chat are saying, why he's dead. He's dead. Why drag his name through the mud? Well, because his victims aren't dead. And, you know, just because you're dead doesn't mean that you cease being criticized for your behavior during life. Look at Thomas Jefferson. He's been dead for 200 years, and we're digging up what he did to Sally Hemings, aren't we? You know, these people, you're famous. And if you have victims, if you did bad things during your life, you're going to be talked about forever. So examining Michael Jackson is really also, it's not even about dragging his name through the mud.
I don't want to really drag Michael as much as I want to give his anesthesiologist a medal.
That was dark.
Yeah.
No, I think for me, it's more like just, you know, we went through through this together with Michael Jackson. It's like I was trying to say to Razorfist, for 30 years, like we all experienced Michael Jackson together, and none of it made any sense. You know, I mean, this was the thing. We all, if you were there from the start when, you know, Off the Wall and especially Michael Jackson's Thriller came out, if you were there from that point on and you just moved forward with Michael Jackson's career and life, we all wanted to love him and we all loved his music, and he kept doing weird shit that didn't make any sense to us, and then asking us to believe that he has vitiligo that just suddenly came on, and at the same point when he's trying to look like a Caucasian woman with all of his plastic surgery. And that, I mean, vitiligo, as far as I know, is patchy, it's blotchy. You know, all of a sudden it just came on and completely whitened his face at the same moment that he had a brand new face. It was just lie after lie after lie all the time. He's the Prince of Pop, and he's married to the Princess of Rock all of a sudden right after the sex abuse trial to prove that he's heterosexual. Sure,
that was such a shame.
Dude, and I mean, you know, how many more lies were we expected to put up with as his fans? It was just lie after lie that just insulted your intelligence and insulted just your common sense, and it's just endless gaslighting with Michael Jackson. And you know, yeah, this kind of thing, it's not about dragging him through the mud. It's about making sense of what he put us through. And what he put us through, I mean, he didn't put us through much, but I mean, it was a very confusing, he was a confusing guy. And I think now that he's gone, some people who really worried about his feelings, who may have been his abuse victims, are no longer worried about his feelings and are worried about their own feelings. And they're coming forward now and, you know, letting this make sense for the rest of us. I do think he's guilty, and it makes me sad. You know, it's awful, but those stories make too much sense to me. You know, I never really. There were a couple of points where I said that might be embellished. I don't know where that came from, but for the most part, yeah, I think the overall arching narrative of what he did and his patterns makes sense to me.
Also, screaming about like a timeline for a 7-year-old. I mean, what the hell do you remember when you were 7? Like wait a minute. He said the Grammys were in this city that year. I'm like, I don't know where the fuck I was when I was 7 years old. I don't remember anything, especially when I wasn't being drugged and raped by Michael Jackson. That's got to shake things up too.
Yes. Yeah. I'll get details wrong all the time. Like if you ask me about what can I compare that to? Comic conventions. You know, where were you? What year was San Diego Comic-Con when this happened? It's 2007 or 8 or 6. I don't know. I'm not sure. That's all fuzzy. And yeah, I'm not. You know, I wasn't a 7-year-old at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Everything to me is 5 years ago. I think once you get over 35, you think everything was 5 years ago, and then people are like, Cecil, that was 15 years ago. No, was it? Oh shit. You know.
I was saying this to Zach on the phone the other day. You know, I was like, I forgot. Like, I learned everything about being a YouTuber from Diversity in Comics because I would have come on here and I would have been even more boomery than I am now. But Zach used to be. He'd get on there and he'd say, "What? You're still saying this expression? What is this? 2014?" And I'd say, 2014 was like yesterday. Like, what are you talking about? Like, are you telling me that the slang of 2014 is no longer valid? Like, that was just yesterday to me. I remember 2014 vividly. So no, that was a long time ago, old man. Oh, yeah, I guess if I were in my 20s, 2014 would seem like a long time ago. And I was just like, you have to just like think young, don't you, Zach? And he's like, yeah, in order to be on YouTube, you have to think like you're 20. Like 2014 was a long time ago. But I remember 2002 like it was yesterday. I remember Joe Quesada lecturing me about Igor Corday being faster than me. And he's sitting in his chair and his pants don't fit and his fucking ass is hanging out. I remember looking at that and being like, what the fuck? While he was yelling at me.
That was 2002.
It's 2002, yeah. I remember it just like it was yesterday. And I remember going, he's like, I can't market you the way I can market Igor because he's faster than you. And I remember just looking at him like his ass hanging out of his pants. And I was just like,
why were you behind him?
He was turned sideways in his chair. I can't explain it. He had a desk over here, okay, like a drawing table, and then a desk, and he was kind of turned to the side.
God, you should have bought him a belt for Christmas.
I'll give him a belt. Yes, Cecil. I don't know, man. I know the chat is.
I'm sorry, but yeah, a lot of people are mad. It's not that I have anything against Razor Fist. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all about his stance. Some people are really, you have to prove it to me, and they need, forget it. What they need to be convinced. But
he doesn't want to be conned.
No, he's right, exactly.
Fist, he's like, I'm not. These guys aren't fooling me.
He thinks everything's an angle. That's his personality. So I don't mind that at all. I'm like, that's fine. It doesn't hurt me if you think that. But I'm just saying you're kind of turning off. And I know that's what we're talking about doesn't hold up in court, but you're turning off your instincts. And there are instincts that are like, okay, something's wrong here. And then the next thing is wrong. And how many layers of wrong can you get before you're like, the alarms are blaring?
Oh, yeah. And somebody like Razor Fist wants order. He wants things to make sense. And you kind of forget that human beings are messy and they don't always make sense. And they're not always perfectly consistent. Everyone is a liar about some things. This guy lied. That means he lies about everything. Well, that's the way it works in court. You can say, look, I've just caught this guy in a lie here. So jury, you can discount everything he said. You don't, he's a liar. But in real life, it's like, did he lie about this? Does that mean he's lying about everything? Did he say this one day and then later on he changed his story to be this? Well, that means that he's lying now. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, and not in a case like this where it's
not when you're a child, a small child.
You're protecting a secret that you've held your whole life. That you've been told that somebody who's really important to you, if you don't protect this secret, he's going to jail, you're going to jail, it's going to destroy his life. You protect that secret, and that is what's instinctive to you. And that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. When I heard him say that, that makes sense to me. Yeah, I'm going to go up in front of the judge, and I'm going to protect my friend Michael Jackson, who also sexually abuses me. But he's my friend, and I'm going to say that this stuff didn't happen. And I'm taking pride in the fact that, like Wade did, Wade Robeson is a good liar, and he's a completely inauthentic human being. When you look at him, I find him difficult to stomach. And he's just like, I'm a great deceiver. I'm good at deceiving people. And you could take that a number of ways. But I take it this way. This is a little boy who's been sexually abused his entire life by his idol. And I don't expect him to be normal. I just don't expect normal things from him. And I don't expect me to instinctively like him. I think that does things to you. It could do things to you that would make you the type of person who other people might be weirded out by. You might be sending out signals to other people that say they keep other people at bay. And this is the problem with being, the victim of abuse. You do become like a wounded animal in a lot of ways, and you behave in strange ways.
Of course, you're damaged. You're broken.
Yeah.
So you're asking of someone who's broken why they're acting broken. I mean, let's go back to Michael Jackson. Why was he broken? Who knows what Joe was doing with him? Or it's usually a cycle. These things. So
Daddy's belt.
Daddy's belt, yeah. Daddy's
belt. Well, I mean, there are ideas, sexual abuse. Now, I read a biography about Michael Jackson 15, 20 years ago. And it was all about he was a little kid, but when they were with the Jackson 5, they all stayed in the same room. So his older teenage brothers were getting some booty, and he was sitting there he's like 8 years old and trying to sleep. He's hearing his brothers actually have sex, and that turned him off to sex. So I don't know what else may have happened, but I mean, that's pretty weird. That would weird me out a little bit.
Why won't those bitches shut up? I'm trying
to sleep. Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you had me on to bring some sanity to the conversation.
Yeah. I appreciate you. You are the Paul Lynde of Comicsgate, I mean that in the nicest way.
I took it only in the highest compliment.
Charles Nelson Riley. I mean, both of these guys are gay, but I'm not saying that you're gay.
What are they?
Yeah. I think. Yeah. They were. And I'm not saying that you're, I'm just saying that, yeah, that's, you know what I mean.
Oh, sure.
All right, let me check the chat. They're saying confirmed innocent. A lot of people, worst live stream ever, says Andrew Huerta. Why can't I just talk about something serious without taking abuse from Comicsgaters? This is a Comicsgater. Yogensha says, Ethan, aren't you usually the guy who goes facts over feelings? No. That's not me. That's other people. That whole thing about facts don't care about your feelings, I've never said that once. Sometimes instincts are what you have. Sometimes instincts guide you. And sometimes facts, the thing about facts is that facts are just facts. You can assemble facts in any different way to arrive at a truth that's untrue. Facts are just bits of information. So, to arrive at a whole truth, you have to have facts and assemble them the correct way. You have to have all the facts necessary. I mean, this guy, you can say one thing, hey, he lied about this one thing, and that's a fact. So that means
right. That's why
the truth, which is
why in hockey, there's not just a penalty for fighting, because there's also a penalty for instigating, because the fact may be that you threw a punch, but the other fact is that guy was doing something to start that. So if you're just going on the fact that if he threw a punch, he's wrong. That's not always the case. That's why hockey has instigating.
Why are you guys talking? The chat is going nuts. They're going alternate truths. It's not alternate. It's not alternate truths. What's a good example of this? You could just assemble a bunch of random facts like, let's see, this cat is black. That is true. So all cats are black then. I don't really, I mean, just that's awful. Just give me time to put something together. You can assemble facts and then you can put them together in a way that arrives at a truth that isn't true.
How about I haven't been struck by lightning while holding this cell phone, so this cell phone keeps lightning from striking me.
That's one way. Yeah, that's something. Fact. Brian Urso says, Cecil and Ethan, my band's Gideon's Mob album is coming in at the end of March. It will be on iTunes and Amazon. We'll have CDs as well. Thank you. And GOP Gamer says, also check out Nasser's Indiegogo campaign. Is the chat getting mad at me? Seriously, over this?
No, there's been a war going on all night. Whatever. Yeah. Michael Jackson brings out the worst in people.
Yeah, yeah. They're saying, don't worry about the pedo apologists, Ethan. I'm not worried about them. Well, you guys do understand that though, because I always sat there and I looked at again, I read every single book about the JFK assassination, all the conspiracy books. And the conspiracy theorists love to talk about facts because they'll arrange for the fact. The scope on Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle was misaligned. Fact, he couldn't have done the shooting. Fact, it was 800 feet from the car to the window, and he had a misaligned scope. The gun was defective. Fact, he couldn't have done the shooting. Those are facts, but it doesn't mean that he didn't do the shooting. He manifestly did do the shooting. You can arrange these facts, and you can give me a whole list of reasons why what happened couldn't have possibly happened, but it still happened. So, facts are interesting. Those are interesting facts, but they don't deter, you from the actual truth, what actually did happen. So you can assemble an alternate truth by saying, these are the facts about why Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't have shot JFK. And you go, those are some interesting facts, but he still did it,
Give me a fact on why a 45-year-old man would spend hours on the phone with an 8-year-old.
I can't think of any.
It's not that right there. That I didn't know that part.
Yeah.
I would have banged the gavel if I knew that one.
Well, I mean, watch the documentary again. It is Cecil. It is a good documentary. Like it will. You will watch the whole thing.
Like people scream, but that's not evidence. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
These are facts. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Any freaking guy in his 40s spending hours talking to an 8-year-old on the phone. No, you're out of your fucking. Like there's just so much. Yes, you're right. I don't have a video of the guy banging a kid, but I have kids who said he did do it, and then I have all this other shit too. So
all right, I'm letting Comics get in here. Andrew Huerta wants to come in here and yell. And
is he a big Michael Jackson fan?
I don't know, but there are a lot of people in the chat who are just like, let me see who else I can invite in. So I just put the link in Comicsgate Live. Let me see who else. All right, you're there. Some people are Josh the Amazing Animator. Let me give you the link if you want to bring in Troy and yourself on to talk about Wanpool. Now would be a good time. Let's see. KCC says a cylinder is a rectangle from the side and a circle from the top. Saying it is a circle, fact. Saying it is a rectangle, fact. Saying it is a cylinder, truth. How do you like that? That was well done.
That was good.
Yeah. All right. I mean, that's the way to look at it. I mean, facts are just bits of information, but you still have to assemble the bits of information properly in order to arrive at truth. And there are then alternate truths which are untruth. They're misassemblages of fact.
The other thing is, like you were saying before about how quickly he was hanging out with kids after this shit. like, yeah, that's because that whole being a pedo is like an addiction. Like you can only hold out for so long, and then that's it. Like that's the way it's described. It's like they're compelled. After all that shit, the fact that you would have more kids come over your house is insane. There's just so much. I mean, it's just you have to turn your brain off. And I understand where Razor Fist is coming from. Like he's a contrarian. He likes to. Right, he wants order. You know what I mean? I totally get it. People are calling him a pedo apologist. I don't think he's apologizing. He just wants to.
He doesn't believe it. I think if he did believe it, it would be he'd want to decapitate Michael Jackson. But he's chosen not to believe it. He doesn't believe it for his own reasons. But again, I mean, pulling some odd, weird facts out of a narrative, like things that don't quite line up. Again, that's because life is messy. Human beings are messy. They do lie. They do misremember things. They're not perfect. The worst thing that I heard was people going, why would you accept money for this? Like, if you were truly an abuse victim, why would you just be seeking money? I don't know. Maybe I would too. I don't know. I mean, I'd be like, look, you ruined my life. You basically ruined my life. So can I have some money now? Something. Can you give me some money to make me feel better about that? Right. I might do it. Yeah. I don't get I don't get this whole thing about, well, you just be doing it for the principle of the thing. No, you've got to inflict some punishment. And plus, again, I want something in return for what I went through.
People are screaming that we don't have evidence. Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm just going off of.
They're so mad. Look at this. You don't have that in your
life. Like if you have a friend who's setting up a carnival in his backyard and spends hours on the phone with 8-year-olds and has sleepovers and puts on footy pajamas and puts a petting zoo, and there's just, okay, you're right. At what point do you go, oh, when did your actual instincts come in and go, something's wrong here? Or do I have proof? No, but at what point is it when he's taking Webster to the Grammys as his date? I mean, at what point do your instincts kick in and go, something's fucking wrong? You're right. I will admit to everybody who's screaming at me, I don't have evidence. You're right. But I also have a brain and instincts that are saying fucking warning signs are blaring. And then with all those warning signs I just stated, there's also a handful of kids that are like, yeah, he did fuck me. So that plus that equals something that's like, hey, man. And
they're really mad. Look, they're going cringe. People are like, you're acting. They're going, EVS is an SJW. And then other people are saying, Christian Leak says, hating on Ethan for trying to be objective. You guys are all such drama queens. Oh, thank you for that. I thought I was reading something bad about me, but that turned out to be pretty rational. EVS sure is a big fan of Listen and Believe. God, no, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying at all. Andrew Huerta, how are you?
I'm good. How about you guys?
Well, we're good. We're getting eaten up by the chat, but I knew that we would. I knew that we would get yelled at by some people over this. And
what's your favorite Michael Jackson album?
Thriller.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Thriller too. I like the song about molesting boys called Human Nature. When they say why, tell them that it's human nature. Why do you do me this way? Tell them that it's human nature. Pretty sure that song makes a lot of sense to me now.
That's all the evidence.
Yeah. It's awful. People look at this. Some people are on my side. And then other people are saying chat is turning into an SJW outrage mob. No, I don't think so. I don't think this is social justice.
Michael Jackson was loved by many people.
Yes.
And I love many people too.
There's a strong there's strong feelings about him.
Yeah. I totally get it. I have strong feelings about him too. Right, Nasser?
Yes, Caesar.
Thank you. Let's see if Andrew Huerta has the balls to disagree with EVS, says Gun. Yeah, let's find out, Huerta.
Well, I didn't see the new documentary.
Yeah.
I'm choosing not to see it because I feel like it's
Don't
overkill
watch it.
at this
Do
point.
not watch it. You're right. Don't look at that trash.
Yeah, and I'm on the side that doesn't believe he did all that stuff.
Really? Okay.
The check is in the mail, Andrew.
Hell yeah, I'm waiting.
That was great. Oh God. All right. Yeah. I don't know. I want to believe like you, Andrew.
I don't know. Like it's I'm one of those people that goes off of like instinct. For example, I knew Bryan Singer was a creeper, like
Mhm.
from the first X-Men movie.
Hmm.
Me
Like
too.
I was like 7. I
That
was
guy
like
gave me bad vibes.
I think I was like, I don't know, 16, 17 when that movie came out, and I just knew something was off about it.
But nothing
And-
off about me.
And I'm also one of the people that like knew R. Kelly was a creeper too from the beginning.
Well, he was peeing on children.
That
Well,
guy
even
makes
when
me
he was
sick.
when he was dating Aaliyah.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So yeah, I got a good. I mean, I could be wrong, of course. So I just yes, Michael Jackson's weird. I like to
He
think
married
about
Aaliyah, didn't he?
no, they just dated. She was like 13.
No, they got married.
Woo-hoo.
Hold on, let me look this up. R. Kelly, I'm pretty sure they got married and it was weird.
They might have. I don't. I was a little young to remember all the details.
How young were you?
Old, too old for you.
Woo-hoo.
Let me see here. Let's find out about this. The real reason R. Kelly married Aaliyah.
Okay.
Yeah. For years, inquiring minds have been asking why R. Kelly married an underage Aaliyah, only for the marriage to end in a sudden annulment. Now, sources close to Mr. Bump and Grind say not only did R. Kelly believe he impregnated Aaliyah, but he also left the now deceased songstress with an STD. And guess what? We're told the marriage was meant to be a cover-up. The only way R. Kelly and his staff believed he could dodge a sex scandal. Well, that didn't last long.
That guy makes me sick.
Yeah. I saw some of the R. Kelly documentary, and he's got like girls. I liked it when hip hop was all about having hoes in different area codes. But he has girls, prisoners, slaves in various rooms of his house, and they're not allowed to talk to each other, and they live in cells like in his house.
They would stay at his house, and his the parents of the girls can't even contact them.
Yeah, I saw that. Like I'm like, please come home, and she's like, no, mom. And I'm dressing like a little boy for R. Kelly.
Yeah, he liked them. It was weird. He liked them to look like thugs or something. It was weird.
Was R. Kelly that big of a deal?
Not as big as Michael Jackson.
No.
Not even close.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I didn't get the whole R. Kelly thing. I believe I can fly.
He was big in like the black community, like just strictly the black communities. But I think that's why he got away with it for so long, because they just kept defending him because of those songs,
I like Space Jam.
That wasn't R. Kelly though. That was
Yeah,
Michael
it
Jordan.
No, he said, I believe I can fly.
Oh, on Space Jam. Oh yeah, okay. Soundtrack.
I played that at my movie theater in my house. We had choo beats and wine.
Let me see if I can play that on the piano. Hold on. It's important, Cecil.
More milk duds and red wine.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
So no.
All right. Okay, Cecil, I'm back.
Oh, I didn't know you left.
Is Cecil gonna sing? I mean, is Michael gonna sing?
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. There it is. Think about it every night and day. I spread your legs and
And stream away.
That's gross, man. Reaching out to touch it. You're and eyes everywhere. See that girl? She likes the way I stare. They say why? Tell them that it's human nature. People are saying I ruined that song for everyone now.
That's the jam.
It is a good song, man.
Hey, did you guys follow the like Nivixum cult in Hollywood that got caught last year?
Nexium,
yeah. I feel like there's a bunch of this like sex trafficking pedo stuff. The more you look, it's sort of a rabbit hole.
Well, I did see the Open Secret. I saw that one.
Yeah. Open Secret was a big deal, man. That movie opened my eyes. Like that's why I'm. You know what? Like I ask people if you saw this Michael Jackson thing and you didn't see Open Secret, maybe you might be skeptical. But after I saw Open Secret, I just went, "Oh, I see. I understand." It's everywhere. Yeah. People are vomiting. They're vomiting to my piano. Let's see. EVS, you could always butcher PYT. I could. Yeah, I could probably. Let me see what else I could think of to play. Nasser, you're back.
Yeah, my internet died, and so I have to use my phone instead of my computer.
I see. Yeah, I see.
Nasser, favorite Michael Jackson song?
What is it called? It's on the tip of my tongue. What is it called? Crap.
I'm looking at the man in the mirror.
Billie Jean.
There you go.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Ooh, that's good. Nasser, how old are you? You sound young.
9.
I don't like 9.
Did I say 9? I meant 5.
I don't like 9 because it means no in German. And I'm all about yes.
I'm asking him to change his story.
Hey, Ethan, I missed some of the stream. Did you get to ask Razorfish about any conspiracy theory stuff around Michael Jackson?
Maybe a little bit.
The one I'm curious about is Dave Dave. Have you guys heard about Dave Dave?
No.
He's Michael Jackson's friend, and he's like a burn victim, and he sounds just like Michael Jackson. And so the conspiracy theory is that he's the real Michael Jackson, and that
Really?
the Michael Jackson who died is, a clone or whatever, just an actor who looks like him. I don't know.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's fair to not believe. I wonder what Razorfish thinks.
That's ignorant.
It's Razor Face.
Yeah.
That's ignorant, and you're ignorant.
Now I want to play Man in the Mirror. How does it go? How does Man in the Mirror start? I'm gonna make a change.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I can't hear it in my head though.
Ethan, who's whiter, you or Michael?
Michael, but I'm the one who actually suffers from vitiligo. That's the irony. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Absolutely true. Absolutely true.
Did you guys know Michael Jackson was originally cast to be Peter Pan in the movie Hook by Steven Spielberg?
That would have been even worse, dude.
Yeah.
That
They had a
would've been-
falling out. They were friends and they had a falling out.
That would have been bad.
Yeah.
Cookman says, Uncle E, stop fucking around. All right, I will. Sorry about that. Obi-Wan says, narratives can be corrupted, but facts are facts no matter what order they're presented. Narrative is logic applied, whether correctly or not. We need to look for where it has been incorrectly applied for the truth. That's a good point. Obi-Wan says, Uncle E, I think you're confusing facts assembled in different orders with logical flaws and fallacies. Facts are just facts no matter what order. Shadow King says LaToya did an interview back in the 90s. She basically confirmed MJ was guilty. Yeah, but LaToya was another one that not exactly reliable. Dallas Deadeye says, bad news, Uncle E. MJ's ghost is preparing a lawsuit. Rest in peace. Oh, shit. I don't need that.
Get him.
Boo.
Yeah. Eric Lavoie says, when you're famous, you attract lots of lawsuits. MJ was weird, but being weird is not guilt. I don't know about that. Nasser is guilty of lots of things, mostly revolving around how weird he is.
I'm sorry. But
Yes.
the most compelling evidence I heard tonight was you saying the woman said that he would call and talk to her 8-year-old for hours on the phone.
That's right.
Lock him up.
Yeah.
Nobody does that. Andrew, have you ever spoke to an 8-year-old, somebody else's 8-year-old for hours on the phone?
No.
So then you must.
I have my 7-year-old son, and the conversations are like 2 minutes.
Thank you. This guy would call this woman's son and speak for hours on the phone with him. He's 8 years old.
Yeah. I have nothing to say about any, like,
He was weird.
what do you say?
Come on. He was weird.
Tell me, like, okay, let's really think hard. You have to have a conversation with an 8-year-old that lasts 2 hours.
How's
All right.
school?
Right.
So how would you
This is what I think. This okay, like you've seen documentaries, we know like the history and all that. I think he just did not have a childhood. Something happened.
He's right.
I don't know what his dad did to him.
He
Beat
did
his
have a
ass.
childhood, though. He was just the world's famous. He was a child star who got everything he wanted handed to him, and he got to be one of the most famous kids in the world with his own cartoon, and he was on.
But did he like work all the time? And wasn't that the problem? He worked all the time.
Kids
Work. No fun for Michael.
Got to dance. Got to sing. Frederick Godzilla Mencken says, "Give it up. You're no Owen Benjamin." Oh fuck! I can play piano better than this, dude. I'm just goofing off. Rhino4563 says, "Uncle has a relationship with Nasser like MJ and Corey Feldman." I'm grooming Nasser.
Yes, definitely. Ethan is grooming me, but he's grooming me for greatness.
And Nasser, if you lie
That's what
about
he's telling you, Nasser.
if 20 years from now, I'll be long. Well, when I die, I'll be here in 20 years. But when I die, Nasser, if you lie about me and say that we had some kind of weird sex relationship, I'm pissed.
There's gonna be
Gotta
drones.
get some of that frog money.
There's gonna be drones flying over a Cyberfrog castle.
Dude, you better believe it. There'll be drones taking pictures from above. Be like, this is where Ethan brought me.
This is where you first met Cecil.
Show us on the Cyberfrog where he touched you.
Ethan had a full-size circus tent in his backyard.
Comicsgate land.
First inserted his finger.
Oh.
Nasser, don't ever do that to me. Don't do it to my legacy.
Don't ever snitch on him, Nasser.
Yeah.
Nasser, didn't Martina didn't she actually volunteer to groom you? She was going to give you a makeover.
Yeah, she did. She did volunteer.
I noticed you're playing hard to get with her. You've got a bit of a game going there. I
It's
noticed.
working.
I don't even know what's going on. She was just randomly like, "Why do you hate me?" And I never said anything.
It bothered her. Like, nobody hates her. So and then she's like, he still won't follow me. She's on Twitter today. He still won't follow me for some reason.
Well, sorry.
You're playing it right, whatever you're doing.
Living in her head rent free.
Nasser will be up there like comic artist pro secrets. Ethan, like he hid Vaseline all over the house, little jars of Vaseline.
No, Ethan, when you pass away, if I'm still living too, I'm gonna like really over exaggerate the stories of how great you were. I'm just gonna make up silly things like Ethan could predict the future.
Nasser will be like, he had so many Tico figurines.
Wait, no,
Some of them are still up me.
Nasser's gonna be. He said I was tighter than a frog's ass.
NASA, don't you dare do that to me. I have kids, don't do that.
At the eulogy, don't say that.
Yeah, don't. Cyan Wizard says, so when is Razor Fist going to be on? I don't know. We're still waiting for him. He was on a while ago. He left about an hour ago. He was on for a good hour and a half. So watch the stream again. He was very, very cool. Eric Lavoie says, okay, I read that one. Obi-Wan says, incorrectly applied, being the lie is exposed. Zoivod says, quit calling Razor Fist a pedo apologist, chat. If he was a pedo apologist, he wouldn't be trying to prove MJ didn't bang kids. He would say, yeah, he did bang kids. What's the big deal?
I agree with that. He's not apologizing. He's just being a contrarian, and
he's trying to protect Michael Jackson.
Yes, he's not apologizing.
Consequences.
He's just stating the facts. That's all.
Yeah. Jason Green says, had a guy tell me that Captain Marvel was fantastic and couldn't wait until Endgame for her to beat up Thanos. I cringed internally. Help me, woman. Thanos says, I can't wait for this Brie Larson to protect me from Thanos. I just want to see her really take it to that bully. Can you imagine? God damn it.
And if Thanos gets his ass beat by her, it's going to ruin 10 years of buildup for me.
For real.
It should be Squirrel Girl. She's unbeatable.
Squirrel Girl could do it.
Guys, what if
Ant-Man? It has to be Ant-Man.
Guys, what if Captain Marvel does so bad at the box office that they decide to kill her instead in Endgame?
Gimp Rider says, stop, please. And he wanted us to stop so bad that he typed so quickly he forgot to spell stop correctly. He just said, stop, please. That's serious. Yeah, now he's saying I meant stop, please. Stop what, Gimp Rider? What are we doing, Gimp Rider, that you want?
That's even his real name.
It's not his real name, Cecil.
I'm starting to think it isn't.
Yeah. It's Captain Marvel Eve. Are you ready, EVS? Says Danny Salter. Yeah, I am. A lot of people are still saying it's going to make $125,000. I mean, $1 million.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, $125 million this weekend. I would be impressed.
I really don't think the opening is a big deal. It's that word of mouth. Can it make more? That's the thing.
Your TV Unplugged says, I guess no one can possibly conceive anyone wanting to do something good like that. No, everyone's out to be only malicious and evil.
Do you guys know in China, do they react to SJW type stuff the same way we do at all? Or will it still do really good in China maybe? Or
no, it's going to do horrible in China. The Chinese hate SJWs with a fiery passion.
Nice.
They actually have a word for SJWs. I forgot what it is though.
Oh, that's interesting.
Is it Bizai or what is it?
Yeah, I posted it months ago. It's just put Chinese word for SJWs or something. And
they had the Cultural Revolution, so it could be.
I too.
They have lots of experience with that.
Yeah, but these people, they
people in the chat say Baizu.
Baizu. Yeah, they are. They're weird. I'm trying to find. I have I have the Chinese reviews for The Last Jedi, and people have been asking me to make a video about it.
That seems like an interesting subject to me. I think that'd be a good video.
Well, they're racist, and that's why I've been hesitating to do it. The Chinese don't mind. The Chinese, first of all, the same stuff that happened in America, that caused racial insensitivity or sensitivities here, did not happen in China. And so they'll say whatever they want over there.
Because they have a homogenous country.
Yeah.
There's no insulting anybody if everybody's the same. So
right. So they just see us running around worried about stuff, and they just go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, they're very straightforward people.
Yeah.
I saw a commercial on YouTube that was from China for laundry detergent. There was a Chinese woman in the laundry room, and a black guy walks in, and she picks him up and throws him into the washing machine and puts the detergent in. And then a few minutes later, a Chinese guy crawls out.
Yeah.
And it was holy shit. And this wasn't from 20, this is this year. I was oh my God.
All right. You want to see some of these Chinese reviews?
Yes, definitely.
Do it.
Okay, a fellow named Data Racer sent them to me. He's great. He's one of my favorite people. And I'll just show you because I have to show you. All right, hold on a second here. Hey, you don't have to. We don't have to do this.
We have to do this, Ethan.
Do what?
Well, you guys want to see the Chinese movie reviews for Last Jedi. So here they are making fun of the people who are in the movie. Hold on, let me zoom in on this. They're basically saying that Luke Skywalker looks, and then Rose Tico looks like this, and then that's like he looks
Hilarious.
okay. They're making comparisons, drawing comparisons. All right. So starring these people here. The review is translated. So this is translated from Chinese. All right. The movie is too long. I can see my ass hurt. Now, it doesn't directly translate to English, from Chinese. So there's going to be some confusion there. But the movie is too long. I can see my ass hurt. You get the point.
You almost said it in like a Chinese accent too.
Yeah, I can't. I can't really do a Chinese accent, nor would I try. I wouldn't do that. I think that would be insensitive. But again, you get the point. Thanks for watching Star Wars 8, also known as I Am the Protagonist. What do I want to do? I am a black man. No matter how dead, I will die. I am Asian. I am so nervous. I will not play. I will receive a box lunch in half. There is a black man there. I will be able to live longer with him. And I am a star. So in other words, he's saying that, Rose Tico is going to get a half box lunch. And he's saying that if Rose Tico just hangs out with the black guy, because black men die in American movies, like traditionally, she'll be able to live longer because she'll be with him and he's going to die. You understand what they're saying? This is their attitude about the way American movies are made, and they've picked out our cliches already. So of course,
Rian Johnson subverted expectations, and she saved the black guy. So take that, China.
That's what I'm saying. But I do like that they have decided that Rose Tico looks like this gentleman here, and they're not wrong. They're not wrong about that. I think that's a gentleman. I'm not sure. This is a little off, but the idea that Kylo Ren looks like a woman. He looks more like Kathleen Kennedy, honestly, in this picture than he looks like the beauteous ScarJo.
His wide torso became a meme. That was pretty funny. Do you guys remember?
Yeah. All right, so let's read a little more of this. The whole movie is all Asian, black, woman, old man. Among them, female Asians and male blacks, CP, are really not at all. So again, I'm not sure what that means. Do you guys have any idea what that means?
This is very like Yoda-like, like cryptic.
Yeah. I mean, he's saying, look, first of all, I agree, it's all women. He's saying diversity, enough diversity. What is CP? What does CP stand for?
Chinese people.
Chinese people?
Yeah, because they really do differentiate. She's Vietnamese, Kelly Tran. So Chinese looks down on other Asian cultures.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. This is a humanity propaganda film, a racial unity, science, and education film. Boy, the Chinese are awesome. Again, no SJWs over there. None. They're saying, look, this is just pure propaganda. This is pure SJW propaganda. All right. Oscar owes you a little golden man, and Nobel owes you a Peace Prize. You should get lots of awards for this because this is a humanity propaganda film and a racial unity, science, and education film. So you deserve an Oscar. You deserve an Oscar. You deserve a Nobel Peace Prize for this. It seems that Star Wars 9 is going to shoot a female Asian refugee who believes in Islam and a black woman who has undergone sex change surgery and is still
This is gold.
What are they talking about?
That would be a great Star Wars movie.
It would be good. Black woman who has undergone sex change surgery. That he must be talking about Finn. He is talking about I don't see Finn.
Michelle Obama. They know us better than we know ourselves.
Yeah. Well, All right, so it seems that Star Wars 9, Star Wars 9 is going to shoot a female Asian refugee who believes in Islam. They're going to shoot them. Oh, did shoot like film, not like shoot with a gun. So that's what they're saying. They're saying it's oh, okay. Again, when they translate this back to English, it loses something in translation. He's saying, I'll bet you Star Wars 9 is going to star a female Asian refugee who believes in Islam, which would be weird. And then also a black woman who has undergone sex change surgery and is still taking drugs.
That guy's the Chinese Mike Zero.
Yeah. It's Star Wars content, future Star Wars content.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Rose kissed Fane and fainted. That is another true fact there. Okay. So I laughed at this. Let me see. Is this the same? Yeah, I think it's the same thing. No, here we go. Continues. The movie is too long to see my ass hurt. So I think that's weird. Like the movie is too long to see, and then he said my ass hurt. They picked that as the pull quote. The movie is too long. I can see my ass hurt. Doesn't mean butt hurt. It literally means he's just sitting there for too long trying to see the movie, and it hurt his rear end because the movie's like 4 hours long. Not necessarily the best in the series, but it must be the longest in the series. The adrenaline has not exploded yet, and the bladder has exploded. So in other words, he peed himself waiting for action to happen. All right, so he peed his pants because, all right. It is better to teach the audience how to urinate if they're willing to teach right. Oh, what does he mean by this? We have to go.
These sound like Chinese proverbs or something.
Like Confucius.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wisdom of
The art of war.
All right, so it's better to teach the audience how to urinate if they are willing to teach right.
What?
I'm trying to go like I've got everything so far, but
it's like you might as well let the audience go pee if they're going to waste time teaching Rey on film on this.
Oh God, you're exactly right. They're saying, you know what? The whole movie is Luke wasting time teaching Rey, and that's boring. So you might as well just let the audiences pee. But they're using words that don't really quite. Okay, right. So yeah, let them go pee. Let them know that they're supposed to pee because Luke is wasting time on the screen teaching Rey garbage, teaching her to use the Force. The reason why Star Wars is the great trilogy of science is not because of advanced technology, but because of its plot, culture, connotation, and spirit. That's right on. The audio-visual effect of Star Wars 8 is indeed amazing, but the content is rubbed on the ground by the 6-part song, losing the soul and essence of the past. Okay, so great. It looks good, but the content is rubbed on the ground by the 6-part song, the 6-part trilogy, losing the soul. Oh, it's like left in the dust. Like it isn't anything compared to the other parts, the 6 parts that came before it. One of the greatest sci-fi films is now a popcorn movie.
Yep.
That's
Ouch.
the peak of form. The mood has gone down the altar. Very nice. Great review.
Great.
All right, I'm going to stop right there. No more. I'm afraid it's going to get worse. The whole time I'm on the edge of my seat, like, please don't say the N-word. And I was afraid that was going to happen there. What did you guys think of the racist Chinese? Is it racist? What would you say
No.
that it's not racist?
No, I don't think it's racist.
It's like, I think it pulls no punches, but I think it's mostly accurate. And,
Yeah, it was on point.
on point. Vladimir Vendaya says, loving the honesty of the Chinese.
Agreed.
It's everybody thinks the same thing. The movie was not good, or the new movies aren't good.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. They always think the Chinese are going to like it, and the Chinese aren't going to like it.
What was the box office for The Last Jedi in China?
Oh, that's a good question. You should look that up and let me know.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Maybe the same guy who translated those tweets translated The Last Jedi. That's why the audiences were confused.
Joseph Kerwine says, I can't trust my instincts. I thought Tonka Saw was going to shred Warski. Yeah, I know, man. That was a bummer. That was a bar. I thought we were going to see a fight there, and it didn't happen. Donuts One says, "How about the other day when Edwin was like, sorry, was just singing some Genuine from my childhood. Hey guys, whatever happened to Sir Mix-a-Lot?" Yeah, that was weird.
It made 42 million in China.
42 million.
But Lita made way more.
That's nothing. 42 million in China is nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They spent more on advertising there, probably.
Yeah. Rhino4563 says Uncle has a relationship with Nasser. And Frederick Godzilla Mencken says thoughts on the upcoming live action Gundam movie. Does anybody have any thoughts?
I gotta see a trailer first or something.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Live action Gundam. It's about time. Is it Robotech? What is it? I'd see Robotech.
I think it's being written by Brian K. Vaughan or something.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I called him back in 2001. I was like, yo, he was like living in, was he in New York? I was like, yo, we should do something together. I like your Swamp Thing. He said, all right, man, all right. And I never did it. I never followed.
Maybe you accidentally said I like your man thing and it freaked him out.
That explains why he, okay. No, Cecil, thank you. That just, I always wondered. I think that's exactly what actually happened. Holy shit. Manic Boy Production says, what can a competent writer without a CV or any ability of drawing do to be part of Comicsgate? Are there any artists looking for writers? Yeah, there've got to be lots of them.
There are tons of them. If you tag me in a tweet on Twitter, I'll retweet you. A lot of aspiring Comicsgate artists follow me, so just tag me in a tweet and I'll retweet you, and most of them will probably see it.
I'm doing I'm probably going to eat up a lot of these a lot of people are drawing Cyberfrog, and I'm going to put them to work because I just got a lot of work. I took a big meeting today. And I'm telling you, man. By the way, I got an editor today, and I got a deadline. The editor said, do you need me to lean on you? I said, yeah, I guess I kind of do. You know, I kind of do.
Who is he?
I can't tell you.
Is gonna crack the whip hard or what?
Yeah. He's like, well, the book needs to be done by this date, and I told you, Vox Day was saying, hey, the thing about Comicsgate is they don't have structure, and we have structure. And I was like, no, we have structure, Vox. Trust me. Comic Artist Pro Secrets, Caps, All Caps Comics has structure big time. And today sat down, and we're going to be doing, a bunch of different things. I can't talk about too much of it, but one of the things that I'm going to be doing, they want to do a trading card set. But it's these exclusive trading cards where it's like they're really expensive. They're really expensive. Like these trading cards are like $200 a pack. And the reason why they're $200 a pack is because there are like 10 cards in there. 2 of them are from the base card set. There are only 19 in the base card. But the other ones are all autograph, original art, sketch cards. Like, I mean, they're legit, like real collectible stuff. And they gave me a couple of them, it was just like, hey, so what we'll need to do is get like your artist friends to work full time on doing these sketches, and the fees, like the rates that these people are going to be getting are great. So I'm thinking about all of the people who are, drawing Cyberfrog and stuff. I'll put them all to work drawing these sketch cards. Part of Comicsgate is I just want people to go to work, and then they're talking about doing more Cyberfrog properties, more Cyberfrog projects. I mean, and stuff, and then Fearsome and everything. I gotta put people to work. I got no time to play. Gotta keep.
That's very exciting.
It is very exciting. So there's other stuff. You guys know about one other thing that I told you in the chat, one private thing. That's pretty cool. And there's a lot of stuff going on. All right. So let's see. Thank you for $10 Canadian. Message retracted. Donuts One says Nasty Seed Wax is back when Brutus hit 30,000. That's the kind of grooming we want. Also, good job, Junior. Treat him rough. Get the muff.
I'll do my eyebrows if we hit 30 grand on this campaign.
Could you do them pencil thin?
If we get to 40 grand, then pencil thin.
Right. Big arches.
Let's see. Frederick Godzilla Mencken again. Thank you so much, by the way. He says, "Trust me, I'm married to one. Chinese hate weak men and manly women." Yeah, I'm telling you, Chinese women are cool. I think Chinese men are cooler though, man. Chow Yun Fat, I want to be him so bad. Chow Yun Fat just walking into a bar in slow motion with 245s, one in each hand.
Circa 1995.
Oh man, the killer.
I just love their I love their honesty. I used to live in San Francisco.
Yeah.
When you go to Chinatown and you eat at the restaurants, they just treat you with no respect.
That's kind of cool, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, like
hey, why isn't Mike in here? Mike, come on in the chat.
They're voting. They're voting right now.
Speaking of Chinese.
Chai Yong Fat, he gave away his fortune. He gave away $360 million to charity.
Did he really?
Yeah.
That's weird. I'd never do that.
What a dummy.
Static MM says, "Fine, I'll drink. This chat is worth. Be right back. I have to go to the bodega." Artura77 says, "Love that China is calling out propaganda irony." Brendan G says, "Is this real money? What is this for?" Brendan G, is this real money? What do you mean, the super chat that you just gave me?
Yep, it's real.
Yeah, it just came out of your bank account. Thank you for $2.
Ching.
I appreciate it. I hope you realized that before you sent it, and I hope you didn't have plans for that $2.
Watch him send more.
Just confirming that it's real.
Just put 500. You won't even know.
I got prepared for Mike. I mean, if Mike comes in the chat, I got ready for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean.
Ethan, I would love to be Chow Yun Fat too, but I'm Chow Yun obese right now.
I ordered some chicken fingers today.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
That's
You
no
ordered with cheese?
Huh?
With cheese?
No, just chicken fingers, like with the nice ranch dipping sauce, or
Is
you know
this
what I mean?
Fried or grilled?
Fried.
That's not good.
Yeah, well, you know what's not good, and I didn't eat it because it freaked me out. But I took a picture of it for Mike.
We have Bennigan's.
Yeah.
Just
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like that's come on now. I'm not biting into that.
If only there were a way you can like save that picture onto Mike's phone as your contact.
Yeah.
And you just text him. Blow.
I don't even want to know how you find these. You probably come across a lot of porn when you do.
I don't. This is my lunch this afternoon, and I will tell you this: it's probably chicken, but I'm not going to bite it and find out.
What do you possibly type in, like dick shaped chicken or something?
Once you put it out into the universe, the ween will find you.
You know what? I don't think that's chicken, man. That looks real.
It does look real, doesn't it?
It looks
It's like
tasty.
burn victim.
Like you immediately know what it is. You know,
It looks like a good time.
to me it does.
Well, it's probably juicy.
Yeah.
Probably nice would say that.
Real tender. Real tender.
I don't know anymore. I don't know. I don't know why this. And I found this. This is weird. Like if you're living in Sedona, you know what I mean? You guys know Sedona, Arizona?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A lot of rock formations there. Like, that's
Rock hard.
you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you knock that down if you could? I guess you can't. I mean, it's a pretty big mountain, If you look at it to scale, these are little trees. So that's a big, you know what I mean?
It's a good size.
Yeah.
Massive.
Gail Simone could parachute right on top of that.
2 weeks.
That's not cool. Poor Gail.
I disavow, by the way, that.
Yeah, I disavow.
Oh, I disavow myself.
I like people disavowing things, by the way. Like, I really appreciate that.
I'm a yes man.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. I disavow too.
People in the chat are talking about what your Google search history might look like.
Why?
How on earth do you find this stuff? Like, it's just.
I don't know what you mean. You know.
He just typed in cock formation.
Yeah.
Right.
You ever see a magnolia, like the fruit of a magnolia tree?
No, I would love to see that.
I think I've seen that before.
Have you? Have you seen it before?
I think.
All right. Yeah, I mean the fruit of a magnolia tree is distinctive. If you've seen it, you would know that you've seen it. You would remember it.
I haven't seen it.
Like you would remember that, you know.
Yeah, I haven't seen
I
that
do
one.
wish Mike was here.
Yeah.
He'll be coming very soon.
Mike isn't coming in here. He can't face this anymore.
You should go on Drawn and Quartered and just draw penis.
I'm not doing it because Mike gets upset. Mike literally gets upset. And now at this point, his kids are sending me stuff. People like, hey, show my dad this dick. And I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Do you think
He's been living in denial.
You know, Mike doesn't like everywhere Mike goes, he has to deal with this now. Like Mike goes to Starbucks and he orders a tasty beverage. And even they're trolling him at this point. You know, it's like, here you go, Mike. Like everywhere he goes now because of me. And it's not just me, it's his kids that are doing this to him too.
Oh man.
You know?
That's fat, dude.
Yeah. I don't know.
I went to college with a Midwestern guy who he called blowjobs pain beach.
Yeah. Midwestern guy. Here's a trick that you can do at home. For the kids, by the way, who, Mike's kids who want to troll him, like, don't come to me and ask me to troll your dad. You can do it yourself. You can do it. Obviously, you want to do it with fruits and vegetables. And yeah, there's some obvious things, like some fruits look, particular, but do it with an orange. And here's a little trick for you. I just cut it this way. And leave that on the counter for your father. These are things that you can do. You can do them for your dad. You don't need my help. I don't have to do everything.
He's like looking at himself. What happened?
Yeah.
Poor Mike.
Why?
I mean,
No, Mike should have known that if he told you, please stop this, I don't like it, that you would just keep doing it. He should have known. He had it coming.
Ethan was just trying to help Mike because Mike's been turning a blind eye to this for his whole life. He's got his head buried in the sand. He's not seeing what's going on.
He's not seeing what's going on. And I got to warn Mike next time he goes to Bennigan's because they're using a specific breed of chicken, It's
a real wake-up call. I hope he listens.
He won't listen. He would have listened by now if he was going to listen.
He's going to keep burying his head in the sand forever.
Yeah. Here's a picture of a view. There's some people. Do you guys know what secondary directors are?
Yeah.
Second unit director.
Yes.
Well, yeah, second unit directors go out and they find locations. It's like when you go see a movie like Star Wars, The Last Jedi. You have to find a good place on Earth where you can recreate a scene that looks alien.
They film the establishing shots, basically.
That's correct. I mean, that's a good way to look at it. And so Last Jedi had a pretty good second unit director. Here's one of the scenes from Octo that you didn't see. One view of
this is just perfectly aligned with the rocks and the grass.
it's one view that Ryan Johnson.
That's like first point
He's
of
been
view.
shaving.
Are you sure that's Star Wars? That looks like Lord of the Rings.
It's like Ryan Johnson in the bathtub and he forgot to switch the phone around. He meant to take a selfie.
Somebody named Faith Matters is in the chat. It says, grow up and then seek Jesus. Well, what the
That must be Mike.
Is that Mike?
Mike in the alt account.
Yeah.
Right.
We see you, Mike. We see you.
I'm just trying to help. Cecil, thank you for understanding at least.
No, I'm with you. I mean, you're doing the Lord's work. You're trying to open a man's eyes. You're bringing sight to the blind.
Remember Lone Star with the gay guy who was chopping wood?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember that. My favorite page.
He's become a gay icon in Comicsgate, that character.
The character or Mike?
Mike.
Well, here's the reverse POV on the wood that he was chopping there.
Oh,
Hey, that's hilarious.
petrified.
Yeah.
My face is
impressed.
gonna explode.
I thought it was Groot at first, you know. I thought it was Groot the fappening, but you know what I mean. All right, let me read some super chats and thank you,
That
everyone.
could be Brie Larson's boyfriend.
Yeah, that is true. Andrew Rotten says, "Can you take this $2 and buy me ice cream?" Absolutely. Obi-Wan says, "Uncle E, look at that Amazon logo under the text." Egg Chen 6 Demon Bag says, "Uncle, please look up Hasingdang Park." Brian Urso says, "Comicsgate is the best. Anti-Comicsgaters do not spend 20 minutes talking about cock formations. So damn funny. Love you guys."
They should.
Well, we're just, you know.
Well, they're filming their real dicks.
That is true. You guys want more, or is that enough?
I say go wild, man.
You see, really, you want more?
Bring it on.
Of course,
Mike
Courteous
is eventually gonna
does.
show up in chat.
Yeah. I don't know. Here's something weird. And by the way, this girl knows what she's doing. Okay. Like, this is no accident. She's not naive. She knows what this looks like, and it's embarrassing. Like, don't have a, you know what I mean? Like, don't have a fountain like that.
Yeah.
Public fountain. Stupid. It's gross.
She looks really happy.
She thinks it's funny. She's not being funny. You know, she's being gross. There are people in the chat don't want to see that.
Is that Brie Larson?
No, most definitely not. She's smiling.
Okay.
Don't, when you're buying cookies, you know, like they do this on purpose. You know, they do this on purpose.
Yeah.
On the box of cookies. It's just 2 cookies, but look, you know what I mean? Francis Lancer says this is childish. Yeah.
It's okay to laugh.
Cecil, is this, am I wrong about this or right about this?
I'm thinking that the art director for that box of cookies knew what the hell they were doing.
Yeah.
It's definitely, yeah.
You're exposing them.
Mhm.
You're doing the right thing.
Caesar is always right. Hail Caesar.
Well, thanks. It's
Didn't
important.
they put like hidden messages or in the old Disney movies?
Yeah, they did a couple like that, you know. But you know, there are people who set up entire communities around this. That's the thing. Like, it's not just Disney hiding, you know, kind of a phallic shaped object on the VHS box cover of Little Mermaid. I'm talking about entire hidden penis cults, you know, and you can find them, but you can only see them from the air. They have, you know, the whole community. Like, this is what's known as a cul-de-sac.
Yeah. Where does Mike live?
Yeah,
At the
right.
tip.
No,
They're
just
like
kidding. Mike
mid-shaft.
lives over here. Mike lives over here, and he's got his back to us, and he's like, "That's not funny," you know. Yeah, do you want to live in the cul-de-sac? Yeah, kind of. I do.
These architects do that on purpose.
Yeah,
It's just too obvious.
you're not fooling anyone. People are not fooling anyone. Yeah, this is weird. This is kind of this is one of those perfectly timed photos that I found where somebody's being a smart aleck, and I don't, there are a couple of these. I'll show you. This person's being a smart aleck. Whoever took this picture is being a jerk. That's not, not funny.
I disapprove of that picture.
I disavow. Cecil, how do you feel about it?
I'm appalled, obviously.
Thank you.
She's thirsty.
This is another one. This is another perfectly timed picture that, is not what you think it is, but, maybe then again it is. Some friend. So. Yeah.
How do I share my screen?
It has arms.
Yeah, it's like that alien in the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Whatever.
Yeah.
No,
No,
like
the guy's cooking over here. I mean, he's cooking. Some people think it's Photoshop. It's not Photoshop.
it's like a scene from Total Recall.
Ethan,
Yeah.
Ethan, if you look at my screen for a moment, this is the butter I got this afternoon. So it's not just one way. There's other things.
Let me see. Where is it?
You're not seeing it?
No.
Mm-mm.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Boomer.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's boomerish. I want to walk down that hallway. Oh,
Yeah,
for goodness sake. Yeah.
that's the butter that I got just this afternoon.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah. That happens.
You guys are killing me, man.
Good. Kill Critias. That's the new hashtag.
Hashtag kill Critias.
Yes, instead of kick Nasser, kill Critias.
Yeah. By the way, everyone, please back Trixie Kane, Blood Reaper by Nasser.
Thank you, Ethan.
Yeah. Oh, look at you. You're almost there. 77.56.
Nice.
How is Kwanzaa doing in comparison to you?
Last time I saw, he was at like $9,000. Can we get me past Kwanzaa tonight?
Probably could have if I'd started earlier, I just mentioned you. I could have done it. That's what's frustrating, Nasser. I could do that. I could promote you. I could spend an entire evening promoting your campaign.
Caesar is charitable.
Not necessarily. I'm saying I could. I haven't. But I mean I could. Let me look and see how Kwanzaa's doing, just for fun. Kwanzaa does a book called Black as F, and now he's doing a book called White as F. And it's about a white president. Oh, this is good. This is really good. Whoa, he's way up there. They're at 15,000.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
15,000.
He shot up since I saw it.
Yeah, hold on. Let's look at this. They're going to make it. I think they'll actually exceed their goal. I'm surprised. Here it is. How does America react when only black people have superpowers? Find out in the sequel to the critically acclaimed Black. Does that mean that all black people have superpowers, or just there are superpowers but only black people have them?
I think the Uncle Toms are an exception. They don't get superpowers, according to them.
Why does he need 40,000?
Oh, because he's doing they're so dumb, dude. They don't. These people do not understand how to do.
What do you mean, these people?
Right.
Oh, hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Mike?
Yeah, good timing, Mike, to avoid the penis lecture.
Yeah,
Well, training quarter just ended, so I jumped in.
Mike, I'm
Oh,
showing
Malin
pictures.
win?
I'm showing pictures from the Grand Canyon, Mike.
No, Malin did not win. I won, as it should be.
Look at this, Mike. First of all, don't look
Really?
at what people talking
Really?
about.
Are
Don't.
we doing this?
Don't.
Are we
No,
just-
no.
We're just jumping right into this, aren't we?
I'm showing vacation photos.
Spend 30
Cecil
minutes
doesn't mean
on it.
anything by it. He's looking at, he's looking at Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
All right, so this is why they don't know how to do crowdfunders. They want $40,000, and their goal is to do. They're going to give you 6 issues. You get. Wait, let me see. Where does it say that here? This is from what I understand. Do you get 6 issues? What is this?
It looks really complicated.
Yeah, you can't do that. First of all, all right, paperless. I don't want paperless. Collector's item. Pledge $20 or more. Oh yeah, you get issues 1 through 6. So here's the problem. Unless all 6 are already done and you're shipping them all at once, in which case I don't understand why there's issue 1 through 6 and not just 1 through paperback. You're collecting $40,000 to pay for 6 issues worth of artwork. Mike will tell you that $40,000 don't cover it.
No. Oh no.
And then you got to ship these out. You got to ship these out to 581 people so far.
6 times if they're doing
6 times.
I'm on a bag of hammers.
Hey, Ethan, the chat wants me to tell you that it's locked on me. I guess they want to see what's on your screen.
Oh, yeah, of course they do. See, that ruined the whole thing.
No, it's just white. It's white.
It's white. Here we go.
Just white. It's just white.
May. Okay.
I need some water.
Yeah, this is it. All right, so $15,551. Let's refresh it and see if it made any more money. I'm promoting this instead of Nasser's campaign right now.
What? Hey, actually, Ethan, I don't want to be a downer here, but a good friend of mine just had an aneurysm and has a GoFundMe, or actually it's his wife. If we could promote that for a minute later, that'd be great. I don't want to be a downer, but I am.
Shut up, Mike. All right, let's get back to this.
Mike, did I ever show you? This was a nice shot I took.
Jolly Green Giant.
I disavow that photo.
That looks like Robbie Rodriguez, something right there.
This is from the desert.
That's where he lives.
It does look like Robbie Rodriguez. All right, look. Mike, you want to do your GoFundMe about your friend?
I would like to, actually.
All right.
Didn't
I had
Quandar
stuff to
didn't
say, and I forgot because of Mike and his voodoo. Like
The books and the artists.
Quandar didn't fulfill his last campaign. I thought I heard some of that drama. It was like $90K it raised, and it was 3 years late or something.
If you read the comments, it took years.
Yeah, and they did the publishing deal got released before the Indiegogo got fulfilled, or the Kickstarter for him.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was poor form, very poor form.
You know, there's a few issues of this book at my shop of his Black AF book, and I swear that I've been going to this shop for I don't know a little over a year now, and they have not moved one of their copies.
Why would anybody buy this? So this is a white president, and his name is Theodore Mann. Get it? The man. Theodore Mann, the man. He's the man. You know, keeping everyone down. All right, so they're looking for $40,000 to do 6 issues worth of work. That seems damn reasonable to me.
I don't know. It's sketchy.
I think they'll do better. I think they know that they're going to do better than 40 grand, and at this rate, they will.
What did they do on Black? Did they do Black as a crowdfunding?
Yeah, it made $90,000. It was a big deal, and I remember when Zach was just like, "I got to beat Black AF. I got to beat Black AF with the Jawbreakers."
Was it a 6-issue miniseries?
I don't know.
But they lost a lot of backers because he didn't deliver the book to the backers.
Well, that's part of the job.
Yeah, it showed up in the stores before.
Yep.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, that was kind of the way they went. All I can say is when I look at this. Diversity Comics rightly pointed out, he said, these people are not really committing to the bit. You got Kwanzaa, and he's saying, what if only black people had superpowers? And then the question would be, how long have they had superpowers, I guess? Because if they've had superpowers for a long time, any length of time,
Then
the black experience would be completely different in America. Just historically, it would have been different. You wouldn't have had all these.
They wouldn't have been oppressed. The entire dynamic would be different.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That would be a cool story.
Yeah. Well, it would be cool. I mean, it'd be a whole different. Like, you'd have to put on your thinking cap, and you'd have to say exactly what would happen. I mean, how would America be different if, for the last 300 years, black people have had superpowers, and they've been able to control their destiny and indeed control the world. It'd be a whole different thing. It'd be interesting, but this is not interesting, not to me anyway. These are 581 people who are
love
just, racism. They love racism. They love it. Yeah.
Who do you think he's gonna keep going down the line? Like, he'll do brown, yellow.
I like that idea.
When are they going to do Yellow History Month?
They don't call themselves yellow.
Well,
they really don't. I mean, I don't know where that came from. But yeah, like if you were to say to an Asian person, you're a yellow person, Mike, theoretically, if you were to meet an Asian person and say,
Mike is Asian.
You're yellow, they would be like, what are you talking about, yellow?
No, they'd say, what are you talking about, yellow?
God damn it. It made me laugh.
There's even that term banana.
Oh, really? Is that
You
true?
heard that one?
No.
Where they're like, Asian on the outside, white in the inside.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
Gimp Rider says this is much better than Michael Jackson. We can get back to that. I would like to talk more about Michael
Talk
Jackson.
about lighter things. I had a great sandwich today, by the way. I was.
Yeah, we went house shopping today, and I found a house, made an offer on it today.
Oh, awesome!
I'd like to see that house.
Nice.
It's really good. Like it's much bigger than this one, and the basement. To finish basement, it's not carpeted. I wish it were carpeted, but it has all kinds of different rooms down there. First of all, it has a bathroom and a shower down there, which is better than this basement. But yeah, like Andrew's like, look at this. You can have a music studio over here, a recording studio over here, and all with walls dividing everything. I'm like, oh my god, this is awesome. I hope we get this house. We put in an offer at like $10,000 less than asking. And I'm hoping that they'll do it, but I don't care.
That's a buyer's market right now.
Yeah. The house has been sitting there for a little while. It's a government-owned property. It looks like it was foreclosure,
Nice.
but this thing's a palace. I mean, it really is beautiful, and it just needs to, it needs landscaping. It needs some paint. It just needs a couple of things, but it's really nice. So I hope we get it. I'll invite you all over.
Yeah, I'll landscape.
You will? Oh, thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, that's what I meant. I'll invite you all over to landscape
But I would, for real. I will help you.
to do menial labor.
Well, that's cultural appropriation.
Let's see. Andrew Rotten says, "Can you please not do your nervous soy boy laugh?" He wrote voy boy, but I think he meant soy boy. I don't know what's a nervous soy boy laugh. Achura77 says, "Can you not stop torturing Mike like ever?"
Well, I wouldn't, but Mike, I had a strawberry today that you wouldn't believe.
That's a nice looking strawberry.
Yeah, that really is nice.
It reminds me of something. I don't know. It's making me hungry.
People really like it when Mike gets tortured. Hey, Antonio, how you doing?
I'm well. I did not know you were. I was like, man. I was like, I can't believe it. Normally, I come on and you're like about to get off the air.
I'm kind of about to get off the air. I'm like falling asleep here, and I'm afraid I'm going to say something stupid.
Well, then can we?
So far, it's
What's up,
been,
Antonio?
so
Hey, what's
far
going on?
it's been good, but
I want to stay on until you spill the beans about your editor.
no, I can't do that.
Is it Jim Shooter?
Yes.
Oh wow.
Is it a comic like in the industry type person?
I could tell you. Here's the thing, guys. I would tell you this privately. Why do you want me to tell it in front of 1,216 people? You know what I mean?
Because I believe in transparency.
I don't. I don't believe in that.
Malin Militia.
Sharu says just
Come on,
uploaded an Alita challenge video. Check it out. Sharu. Brian Urso says, is Jamal Eigel doing the art for White? It will be years late, like his other Kickstarters he hasn't delivered yet. Better saving their money buying my prog rock band Gideon's Mob upcoming album on iTunes. That is true. I don't know. Jamal Eigel is doing the art, and he always gets that look on his face like, yep, you better believe it. I'm doing the art. So get out your wallets.
Wasn't the art in black horrible?
Yeah, but that was something else. Like Jamal Eigel's art is competent, but it's like a snoozer.
Right.
It's like Jamal's like, yeah, I'm doing it. And let me tell you something. I've been to Japan and I picked up some manga influence in my work. It's like, so it's gonna be boring shit with speed lines.
I hate it when some artists say that and there's no manga influence in their work.
Yeah, it's well, you know, it is gonna be boring shit with speed lines. It's like that's what it's gonna be.
Read it from right to left now or
It'd
something.
be a conversation between two characters, and there'd be speed lines coming out of their mouth.
I'm gonna be drawing this backwards now. Who cares? All right, so Edwin the Ace Acevedo, like EVS, Kwanzaa isn't bothered by silly facts. No, I'm not worried about facts either, just like Kwanzaa. Francis Lancer says, we was Kangs. Liam Grice says, if blacks had inherent superpowers, maybe most of their population wouldn't have been genocided by abortion. That's harsh. Brett says, look
Kind of mean.
Yeah. Look into Steven Spielberg, Heather O'Rourke, the poltergeist girl, dude died due to anal rupture. He hated Michael Jackson because he wouldn't play Peter Pan. That can't be true. Heather O'Rourke died. Like, no. Steven Spielberg, no. I'm hearing stuff about that. Like, people are talking cheese pizza when it comes to Spielberg, and I refuse to believe that.
I don't believe it.
Cheese pizza.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
That's code, Mike.
Why doesn't Mike understand anything?
I'm just a girl in the world. That's all you let me be.
How was that stupid movie, Mike?
It was pretty bad. It would have been passable with another actress. I mean, the story wasn't great. The first half was kind of a little bit boring. They cucked the hell out of friggin' Nick Fury. Yeah. Oh my god.
Really? They cucked him? How?
They made him the comedic sidekick to her, oh so woke, Supergirl.
You can see it in the trailers.
Yeah.
By the way,
it's
hello,
that
John
the whole
Malin.
time.
Oh,
It's
hi.
that the whole time.
Yeah, Mike, I can't believe you went to see that movie and you went early.
I did it for you.
I didn't ask you to do that.
That's weird.
I did it so I could tell everybody everything about it. I actually I survived seeing Captain Marvel video on my channel. I went plot point by plot point because I sat down and I wrote down everything that happened and I spelled out the whole. It's a bit of a spoiler, so if you want to know what happens.
Why are you so tone deaf, Mike? They don't want you to go see it. Your fans don't
They
care what
did.
happened in this movie.
They thanked me for falling on this grenade for them.
That's not what they meant by that, Mike.
Mike nincompoop.
Yeah. Mike, you ding
There
dong.
you go. Al Lewis says Mike took the bullet for us. There you go.
Mike,
And I
can
saw it
you
for
rank?
free, so I
Can you
give him
rank
a
it?
dime.
Mike, you have a messiah complex. You thought you were saving everybody.
But you weren't. You just gave money to Disney. And
I didn't give him any money, dude. It was free. Oh, here's the funniest part, right? My friend had the tickets. They were giving away tickets on a radio station and some other way. They were trying to give away tickets for this free preview of Captain Marvel.
That sounds fake.
My friend does this. Like, he got us tickets for Avengers. Dude, when we went to go to the pre-screening for Avengers, there was like 400 people in line, right? You had to get there like 3 hours early. This one, we got there 2 hours early, and I was the 25th person in line, and only about maybe 70 more people ever showed up. So like we got there, we got to the front. My friend never showed up with the tickets. And I'm like, can we still get in? And they're like, well, we have to, let all these people with the tickets in, and if there's room. And I like look at the back of the line, and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna be a problem. So I got in for free with no tickets because they only filled up about a third of the theater.
That feels like Marvel's tactics with the books is over shipping. They're like giving free tickets away to count the.
That's how bad the movie was that nobody wanted the tickets from the radio station.
It's gonna do solo numbers.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying it's going to do 125,000, and at this point, because of Mike, I can see that they might get there.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Well, 125,000 isn't that much.
Million, I meant million. You're right, John. Thank you for catching me there.
Guys, if you want to get back at Mike, then just back my book.
That's true. That would get back at me. Or you could help my friend Kim and Oli Pittman, who are in need right now, and I have their thing up on the GoFundMe.
I'm praying for them right now.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Me too.
Dude, it's a miracle. I mean, aneurysms usually that's like lights out. You're just gone. And they got her in. Her a friend of theirs was actually a doctor at the hospital and got her into the emergency ward early. If she hadn't gotten in there early, she would have died in the waiting room. It's all like, yeah.
Brett says, look it up. It's more true than you would know. Hollywood is a bed of sin and evil. Spielberg is no good. Do not be willfully ignorant. Speak truth. Okay. Joseph Kerwine says, Mike's review was a spoiler in the same sense Hiroshima was urban renewal. Mike,
what?
Hiroshima destroyed. That bomb leveled Hiroshima and destroyed it utterly. So you're saying he's saying your review of that movie was like Hiroshima. I don't know in what sense.
That sounds good.
Liam Gray says, my last comment looks way worse than I intended without context. I was referencing the society you mentioned where African Americans had powers. we got it, Liam. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right, Liam.
It's still pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure that helps really.
Just stop explaining it.
Yeah, it gets worse and worse.
Worse it gets.
He has lots of black friends, that guy. He told me.
Maybe somebody called him, told him.
Can we just go back to saying we was Kangs again? That's always that always lets me know exactly.
What is that about? What does that mean?
It's in your own Twitter and stuff. That was. The we was Kangs thing is always cringeworthy thing.
What is it?
Ethan, you're locked on your screen.
I'm locked on my own screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can lock it on mine if you want.
Or mine.
I'm looking at my super chats, obviously.
Lock it on mine.
Oh, you can't even see what I'm looking at. Okay, so it doesn't matter. We don't need to talk about we was Kangs. Is it racist? Did I read something racist?
It's a meme, like it's always
it's like an old joke.
Oh, I got it. They're saying it in the chat. I think I figured it out. Okay.
It's funny that you are not aware of it, but it's popped up on like sites like Stormfront and stuff like that too. People.
So it's Nazi. It's racist.
No, it's just harmless memes.
Huh. I don't know what's going on anymore. It sounds racist.
Depends on who's using it, I guess.
So we were talking about Michael Jackson earlier, Antonio. Since did you watch? And I know the answer to this because I already watched your video on it. So, did you watch Leaving Neverland? What'd you think of that?
That shit was a horror show. It was Freddy Krueger. It was Jason. It was Michael Myers. It was like that. Whether you believe them or not, that was a horror fest. 4 hours. He made me jerk him off. I blew him. My ass was bleeding. He stuck his finger up my ass. I was like,
You're getting Critias kind of excited over there.
I hope not, because it was horrible. It was that. That I was telling Elliot about it earlier. I was like, it was demonic or something. I was like, it was so foul. I was like, oh my God! They were describing things in such. And I was like, it was such unnecessary detail.
I don't know. It might be necessary. They're trying to really drive it home.
I mean, you're saying he molested. I've actually talked to sex abuse victims, and they were like, "Yeah, I got hell. I've dated women that got sexually abused, and yeah, they were able to get the point across without that kind of graphic." I was like, "Oh,
you don't want to hear about." You're like, I don't want to hear about that. Yeah, as soon as he said Michael Jackson taught me to masturbate, that's exactly the noise I made, dude.
The story about the blood in the underwear.
Yeah, blood on the underpants.
Oh, it was so bad. And
yeah, that's good stuff. Great. Drops of blood. No, just drops of blood,
And yeah, I'm a grown man. I gotta call you. I was like, hey, wear your underwear. They might have blood. And I was like, oh God, it was just so bad. I was like, wow, this whole thing is, and then I was so conflicted about it because I know the one guy, the Jimmy guy, he sounded like he was just in love with Michael, and it was on some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
When he started talking about the jury.
Yeah.
And saying that because that's why I was I was trying to be sensitive to the situation. I was like, because trust me, the MJ fans, like the heavy MJ fans, they've been coming to my page. I've gotten almost 300 comments on that video now. It's crazy, like almost 9,000 views. It's ridiculous. I was like, I was not expecting the kind of reaction.
Have you responded by calling them names and then saying Michael was a pedophile? Get over it.
I tried it. Like I said, when I did the original video, the second video I did was about Razor Fist. That's why I was glad you had it on, because I had several people in the comment section going, "Hey, this is
Razor Fist will save you." Yeah, go to Razor Fist. He's got.
Well, I didn't know who he was, and I checked. I watched his first video, which is like 36 minutes, and then I watched the second one, which was about the documentary. I mean, he had receipt after receipt after receipt. He had court documents. He had all kind of clips. I mean, it was crazy the amount of. I mean, he must have took time on
it. Don't worry, I destroyed him tonight. Even he would admit that.
I think that was pretty clear.
What was your conclusion after talking to Razor Fist, Ethan?
That I'm right and he's wrong. But,
I did a video slightly about this this morning, and I had people coming in the chat saying the same thing about Razor Fist. So
yeah, they all like Razor Fist. Well, I mean, I watched his videos months ago, so I knew what his point of view was about it. And again, I want him to get out as much as he can. I think he was able to on my live stream. But, he's got smoke and he's got like things that don't add up and, basically what amounts to reasonable doubt. And then reasonable doubt. And then you say reasonable doubt and you say, where's your proof? And there just isn't proof. There was nobody holding a video camera when the 7-year-old boy was fingered by Michael Jackson.
Oh, Jesus.
There are no photographs of that.
Wouldn't there be pictures?
No, there's nothing like that. What you have is the accounts of the abuse by the survivors and then the parents and the family and all that. That's what you have. And, you can add that up with the weirdo behavior of Michael Jackson that we all saw. The fact that, he had to go to court a few times. He was arrested for child abuse. And, of course, he beat the charges. But, he's a billionaire and his lawyers are fucking amazing, and he's up against nobody's like it's not like Macaulay Culkin was suing him or anybody with resources. These were just little people that were trying to tell their stories, get their stories out, and get some justice. He just steamrolled right over them. Can you imagine trying to sue Michael Jackson? It'd be like trying to sue Disney. Ugh. It'd be crazy.
I'm fairly certain that Michael Jackson faked his own death and is now living his life as Razorfish, because think about it.
Uh-huh.
Did anybody know who Razorfist was before Michael Jackson? He just popped out one night, day after the funeral. Then all of a sudden, Razorfist is on the air.
Might have a point, Cecil.
Cecil, you don't have a point, because Michael Jackson would be 60 years old today, and Razorfist does not look anything
he would be averse to getting some plastic surgery to look younger.
They're doing great masks, Botox,
Please.
Open
your eyes, Ethan. You're worse than Mike.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? I know. No, that I know a hoax when I hear it.
Just look at his hands. Next time you do a stream with him, look at his hands.
Look at his hands. He always does hide it. No, he doesn't. He does use his hands. He gesticulates. But yeah,
I saw a chimpanzee running in the background. I'm just saying.
His name was Bubbles.
What was it, Bubbles?
Bubbles the chimp. That was a big thing, man. When
I never touched those kids. I like to be a child. I would stay home and blow bubbles all day.
Yeah.
No, remember they had to get rid of Bubbles because Bubbles started getting a little cranky on his ass, and he had to get rid of Bubbles.
No, Bubbles. My nose.
They thought Bubbles was gonna rip his face off like he did that woman in Connecticut, that rich woman that had the orangutan.
Do you think he molested Bubbles?
Yes.
I tried.
You might as well just say yes, but no, I don't think so at all.
No, I agree with Caesar.
I think he I don't know. I think he was mostly a good guy. I think he made music. I think he believed in God, and I think he was a good Christian. But then I think he molested a couple kids,
Well, that's not the same thing, is it?
Good Christian,
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good Christian.
Lies.
Yeah. So that's what I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about it. I said the same thing about R. Kelly.
Well, there's a tape of R. Kelly urinating on a 14-year-old.
Yeah,
Whether he says that was him or the carpenter or his brother-in-law or whoever he was claiming it was, that was R. Kelly.
Ethan, did you see that Dave Chappelle skit?
Yeah. Where he was spraying urine all over everybody.
That piss was digital. Yeah.
Drip, drip, drip.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused by the whole thing. I think the R. Kelly thing just gets weirder and weirder. You give people a lot of power. And
I saw that interview this morning. He was like, "I'm a man. I've made mistakes," and I was like, "Dude, come on, bro. You forged a 16-year-old's parent's signature on a marriage certificate so you could marry her and stuff." No,
that's what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah.
Pencil for Life says, "Want to fight SJW Captain Marvel this weekend? Support Handyman on Indiegogo." Black Angus Review says, you missed my super chat. Me and Drunk 3PO did a Captain Marvel Challenge charity stream. Got 170 for the orphanage in El Sal. Check it out. Donate to the description link. Black Angus, I'm sure I read it, but I'll go back and look. Sometimes I do miss these.
Well, you do sound like you about to drop right on the stream.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds sleepy? Yeah, I am sleepy. Drunk Angus, Black Angus Reviews, Drunk Angus. We Drunk 3PO others did a charity stream for an El Salvador orphanage. Check out the stream and donate via PayPal. A lot of people are saying Comicsgate is built on facts and not emotion, EVS. And I'm just like, shut up, liars. And then I started crying, As Scipio says, I love that a man who saw Captain Marvel for free has transcribed the whole plot so no one else needs to watch it ever. Thanks, Mike. There's some people who are in Mike's corner.
Mike, how did Nick Fury lose his eye?
The cat scratched.
I told you that was gonna.
That's the worst. That's the worst
I'm
thing.
serious. The cat scratched.
Scratch, or was there more to it?
Well, the cat was an alien,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
he
That
just
leaked on the
scratched
internet.
his eye, and then later on, he's like, he loses his eye.
Imagine the great Nick Fury, like, I lost my eye to a kitten. You know,
Dude, they
how'd you lose?
cut his character the entire movie. It was ridiculous.
Was it at least
Was it
gory?
gore?
Like, what kind of how like what did they show?
Looks gory. How would that be better, dude? If a kitten just caused gore from, you know what I mean?
I like gore. I'm just wondering. Like,
Yeah, but from a kitten is
Yeah, it wouldn't be cool. It's like, he's gonna lose his leg to a parakeet bite next. You know what I mean? Stupid. These people are dumb. GOP Gamer says definitely go check out Handyman on Indiegogo. Liam Gray says I'm gonna buy another copy of Branda's Penance for my hate speech. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable, Antonio. And then he's laughing while crying. Emoji.
he's making it worse.
He's not sorry. Edwin the Ace Acevedo says, Razor Fist, I have receipts. EVS, but my fees. Well, Brett says, you condemn Michael Jackson but quickly dismiss Spielberg. Sad. I haven't heard anything real. All right. Trioxin. That is some cheese pizza stuff, the Spielberg allegations. I
never heard them.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, yeah, they're just saying that Spielberg is one of the guys who gets on the jet to the pedo island or whatever.
Mm.
oh really?
Yeah.
Didn't he do
Yeah,
Goonies? What did
It's
those-
tied. It's tied. With the government kind of thing. Like they call it Pedogate now. It started as Pizzagate.
Is that the one where Bill used to take that airplane to that one island?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, and they just yesterday they unsealed like some stuff with his trial because he got off easy. So they're taking another look at it. So who knows? But
Trioxin says the recorded phone conversations between the kids' parents and their lawyers shows they didn't care about their kids or the truth. Yeah, in some cases that is true.
No, Razor Fist played part of that conversation in one of the videos, and that guy did not sound like his son had gotten raped. He sounded like he was trying to get paid. That's the dude's father,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna wreck him. I'm gonna make sure." He did not sound like his son had got, because if that was my kid, I'm gonna be wanting. I want his ass.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not
just
like,
wanted
"Ooh,
money."
yeah, I'm gonna get a payday. I was like, ugh.
Brett says Bill Maher's company is Kid Love Productions equals pedo. Is that true? Demager says spoilers and then frowning face about the cat with the scratching out the eye. Spoiler alert, and he's unhappy that you let him know. I would look at it this way. I would say thank you for telling me so I don't have to go see the movie. I don't want to see the movie.
Cat a
That's
squirrel?
why I did the whole spoiler.
Is the
Brad
cat?
Urso says Graveyard Shift was amazing. I want a movie. Where can I sign up for Volume 2, John?
Awesome. Thank you very much for backing. And in about 3 months, we'll be launching Volume 2.
Yeah.
Malin Militia.
Yeah, definitely. I got to go. I think I'm falling asleep. I think everyone's right. I think I need to go to bed. I've been on a pretty good schedule. Very busy day today. Buying a house. Setting up.
Oh, you bought one?
infrastructure. Well, I put an offer in. I'm hoping we get it. Shadow King says, look up mjfacts.com. They have the receipts that MJ was a predator. Interesting. I'll look that up. I'm not biased, but I will ignore all the information that Razor Fist offered me. Well, looking up information that confirms my own.
Rightly so. Rightly so.
Like a normal person.
Yeah. Yeah, that, and then setting up the infrastructure for All Caps Comics.
Nice. How's that going?
Dude, it's going good. I'm telling you, I'm bringing some people along with me. I just haven't decided who yet.
When are you gonna bring me, Ethan? I've been begging you for. Dude, come on, man. You taking my artist already?
I am. I got Kanan coming over.
That's what I'm saying. You just gonna take me and Kanan are a team, man. I was like, yeah. I found Kanan.
A lot of Cyberfrog stuff. Got to do a lot of Cyberfrog stuff. And yeah, they capped me off on the book. Like, they're just like, look, it's got to be done at this point because we're setting up the printer, and just finish it. And I was like, all right. So I just gotta. I don't know. I just gotta finish it. I just gotta finish it. I got an editor riding me now. So that's kind of cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, he's like,
oh, sorry.
No, I'm just like, pretend I'm at DC Comics, underpaid, miserable, getting yelled at. He's like, okay.
People in the chat are saying not to bring Nasser.
Don't bring it. Well,
That's just common sense.
yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it. Like, it's weird that you would say.
All right. In that case, everyone, please back Trixie King Blood Reaper on Indiegogo.
Let's think about bringing Mike and Elliot. Hey, Jason Green says, will you keep the same PO box after moving? Yeah, of course. I'm staying in town. I'm moving a little further out. In the woods, kind of.
Boondocks.
Yeah. I said I want some privacy and I want a lot of land. Because what I'm going to do is there's a whole forest of rare trees behind this house. It's like a whole lot big forest, like an acre and a half worth of trees.
Enough land to get rid of SJWs.
Well, I'm going to clear all the trees out.
Oh.
These trees have been there for 100 years.
Get
I'm going to tear them all down. I want to put an Olympic-sized pool in my backyard. Like,
Can you show me like how's it look like? Can I see the pool?
What when it's finished? Yeah, you bet. I'm gonna put.
Are you trying to get him to dox himself? Antonio?
No, I'm trying to show me the pool so Mike can see it too.
Yeah, this is public. We're
no,
live
he
right
thinks
now.
I'm showing penis pictures to Mike. That's what he was doing. He's like, "Do you want to show him some pictures of pools that are shaped like penises?" I wasn't even thinking about it.
He's too tired. He's too tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't. That didn't even occur to me to show Mike penis pools. Not at all. And Mike has asked me not to do it anymore, even though his kids are encouraging me to do it.
Very complex.
They send me pictures of a dick, and they're just like, show this to my father. You know what to do. I'm like, and I'm not even kidding about that. Your son Eli is reaching out to me, trying to get me to show you dick pics.
Via back channels.
Yeah, it's a little bit much, man.
Hilarious.
Mike, did you see this cherry I got today? Really?
Poor Mike.
It doesn't look that good.
Oh, it's delicious.
Mike does nothing wrong. Mike, here's the pool I was looking at, though, for real.
For real.
Oh.
That is nice though.
It is. It looks nice, with the backdrop and everything.
Is that Florida? Where is that?
I don't know. I'm staying in New Jersey. I'm just saying this is the shape of the pool. This is the pool that I want.
Chode pool.
Yeah. Mike, I think you'll dig it when you come over.
Yeah.
It'll get you wet.
Yeah.
Go for a dip.
He's gonna go for that. Mike, did you see any of the pictures that I showed though, for real? Or do I need to show them to you again?
I've seen him before, man.
All right, good. Okay. All right, good.
He sounds happy.
Why is he like that? Mike, you haven't seen all of them. You didn't see Groot. Did you? Yeah.
Groot. No, Groot does not ring a bell.
All right, Mike. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. Mike.
Mike. A shirt that says that.
Groot. Mike, it's Groot.
He's got a Woody.
That's Photoshop.
That's Groot's cousin.
Mike, it's Groot.
Mm-hmm. You look happy.
He is, Mike.
Is that Groot in the morning?
Yeah. Mike, why are his legs doing this? You know what I mean? Like, that's what's offensive to me is the bent knees. The bowed legs and the bent knees. That's what really bothers me about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. All right.
He's comfortable.
He does. It's relaxed. I wish I could get that relaxed. All right. I gotta go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Love everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for super chats. Thanks for hanging out and watching this show, even though it pissed most of you off, and it did. I mean, my God, I've never been abused like this by my own chat. Never, man. Matt Becker says Nasser looks like Milhouse in a budget fright wig.
Yes, and I will get a makeover if we get to 30 grand.
Stephen Avery says, Ethan, what's the coolest item you've gotten in the P.O. box so far? It's hard to say. I've gotten so many things that I really, really like. Today, I got this wonderful Twin Peaks poster that even, Andrew and I are both decided we're going to frame and we're going to keep it. It's really nice. So I love Twin Peaks, man. And everybody's got, like, the same guy.
Or the follow-up?
It's Fire Walk With Me, I believe.
Oh,
Fire Walk With Me poster. It's really good. And then I like it all, but that's what this poster is. And the same guy in the box, he sent me an Elvis keychain bottle opener so that I would drunk drive and think about marrying my cousin, which I dug. Why would you put a bottle opener on a keychain? You know what I mean? Like, the two things aren't meant to go together. They're not really, John.
Well, my dad would disagree.
Yeah, and I got a T-shirt with David Lynch on it, so it was a good time. Today was a good P.O. Box day. Thank you to everybody who keeps sending me a lot of stuff. You're really bothering the post office, the local post office. Every time they see me come in, they go, "We have another cart of things for you. Is this going to stop?" And I'm like, "No, it's probably not going to stop." They're like, "How much is this costing you? How much are you spending on?" I'm like, "I'm not. People are sending me stuff." Like, well, you're very popular, aren't you? Like that. I'm getting attitude from these people. Very popular, aren't you? Crazy. Wash your hair.
You should have told him, I'm Rick James, bitch.
Yeah.
I'm Rick James, bitch.
I got lunch ladies. You know what I mean? Like, these are lunch ladies that they're working at the post office and they're giving me attitude just because somebody sent me a trebuchet. That was cool. The trebuchet was cool. I appreciate that. All right, so with that, I'm gonna say goodnight to you guys, and I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll be back when the day
is new, and I'll have more ideas for you. And you'll have things you'll want to talk about.
Penis.
Will. Thank you. That was good piano playing too. All right, guys. Thanks for being here, and I will see you again. Bye-bye.
Everyone.